Test 1, 2. Good evening. The time is now 5:01. The Warwick Finance Committee is open. If I may have a motion for acceptance of the minutes from June 20th, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Second. All in favor?
All in
Aye.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilman Foley.
You're welcome.
First item on the agenda is bid 2022-428. I say again, 2022-428. That's found on page 1. Design services for City Hall Plaza. Good evening, Mr. Kravitz.
Good evening. This is the City Plaza behind us here for the proposed ice rink. The omnibus bill, Bill Vicente was helping us with this. They model their advertising off of HUD. And so he's doing an environmental review and preparing a notice for advertisement, which we need to do in order to obtain those funds. And so we, Dean from my office did a lot of the initial designs and the takeoff for these numbers. This number is roughly 10% of what's an anticipated construction cost, but that's of course subject to bidding and everything. And this would be an amount not to exceed number, which is what the number comes from. We did the an RFQ for this process, and we've scored the 3 firms that responded, and Beta did score the highest. So we're essentially asking your permission to negotiate with Beta to kind of get the ball rolling. So we're ready to go with an entity for a contract when we know we can begin to spend funds. Well, the key thing with this whole thing is you can't, especially if it's coming from HUD in terms of the guidance, you've got to be careful that you don't expend any monies prior to getting all your ducks in a row with the federal level, or else you may not get reimbursed. So that's the last thing we want to do. We want to make sure that we cover all those bases. And this kind of action, though, is not, it lets us secure a contractor, and we're in the starting gates when we do that. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Are there any follow-up questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Director, thanks for coming tonight. Can you just talk a little bit more about what the ranking and scoring system was for the various bidders?
Well, our staff came up with the scoring criteria. Dean, and we had 2, I know we had DPW help us score them. But I don't have the score sheet with me per se, but they weighted on a series of factors based on experience and similar projects, and Beta did score the highest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, put in a plug for this area. I mean, this is a great project. I'm very pleased that we are moving it forward. This city council has been very supportive of this area for a number of years, using this federal money as well. I just want to remind my colleagues on the council how we're getting a brand new playground right behind the ball fields that is separate from this, but it's something that we've already invested in, this council supported, and this is really going to transform this area. So this is a big project, and I'm very pleased that it is moving forward. And as the director said, with these federal money, everything has to be, dotted and crossed, and make sure we get everything taken care of. So again, I encourage my colleagues to support this project, and I think we're really excited. And again, it's been supported and endorsed by the Apponaug Village Association, and we are thrilled that it is moving forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any comments or questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Director.
Hi.
So you just said that this 650,000 was about 10% of the cost of doing that complex in the back there. If I remember right, in the budget, there was 3.5 million allotted for that area. So how did this get up to 6.5 million?
There was additional monies that were transferred from another project. I want to say it was the water main associated with 37, based on how the opera funds had come in. The administration was able to potentially transfer more money to this project.
You say potentially. Is that an assured?
You know, we want to go through this process of it first with Beta and see what we can get from them for the cost. I mean, 10%, Dean tells me it's 10 to 15% is a range. That's typically your soft cost percentage on a construction project, say. So we're really not going to know exactly, right, what it costs. It depends on what we design and what's bid. So it is an amount not to exceed for the soft cost, and I want to kind of take it step by step before we commit to, you know, the actual construction cost.
Well, it just came to somewhat of a surprise to me that now we're talking 6.5 million, when during the budget process, we were talking 3.5 million. The 3.5 million, that is coming from the COVID money, opera money?
Yeah, that's my assumption, yep.
Okay. That's your assumption?
Yeah, and speaking with the mayor's office, we're transferring opera money to this project.
Okay. So the COVID money is paying for the 3.5 million. The other 3 million, which, I don't know, maybe I don't remember every bit of that budget book, but I don't remember this project being slated at a cost of 6.5 million. The other 3 million, you are saying that that's going to be coming from also opera monies?
That's my understanding, yes.
Will there be any taxpayer dollars needed to complete this project at $6.5 million?
No, there hasn't been a commitment of taxpayer money for this project.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat that again for the record, that the anticipated cost of this project between the ice rink and the ball fields appears as though it's going to be about $6.5 million, and there will be no taxpayer dollars needed, used, or required for that complex.
Of course, the money we're getting is taxpayer money, right, from its inception, but I hear what you're saying, right?
No,
Local tax
I'm
money.
not playing semantics
Yeah,
with
right.
that. Taxpayer dollars means your
Right.
property taxes get whacked.
Right.
I understand on the federal level, you know, we're all going to end up contributing to this. We're all going to be chipping into the bank for that.
Yeah. I'm
talking about taxes on the residents in the city of Warwick and their property taxes. Okay. In this first paragraph, middle of the paragraph, it says, or in accordance with Rhode Island general laws, et cetera, reviewed the responses based on the qualifications of the firms with regards to the proposed scope of work contained in the RFQ. I don't see those responses in this binder. Were they submitted so that we can also see those responses?
That's a question for Pat, but she's shaking her head no. No as in, you don't typically put them in the
I
packet.
can't hear them.
They typically do not put them in the packets.
They don't put the responses in the packets?
Right.
Why?
I mean, we have it. We can get it to you.
It also doesn't list in here It says the reviews were conducted independently by staff within the planning and DPW departments. Who were those staff? It doesn't state
I know it
in
was,
here who it was.
yeah, Dean and, I know Eric. Eric Hindinger was the other staff member for DPW.
Dean and Eric?
Dean Pimentel from my office, yep. And
Okay.
Eric Hindinger from DPW.
So those are the two individuals that evaluated these responses.
Right.
Okay. It kind of caught my eye on this when I was going through it, and then it was further attracted my attention because on page 50 of another bid that we'll talk about a little later on, it states about a review committee consisting of the finance director, et cetera, et cetera. And it goes on to name the people that were involved in that. And I think that should be done in all of these type of items. I think the members of the city council and the members of the public should know who the individuals are that are involved in reviewing these. I also think that we should have an opportunity to see those responses too. Because what we're being asked to do tonight is we're being asked to vote on something that didn't go out for bid. And that's another question that I have. Why didn't this item go out for bid?
Well, it went out through the RFQ process for the soft cost piece of it. And that was explained in the paragraph under the Brooks Law there. And you do the RFQ. We did this with Nikki Stevens as well with the RFQ process, which resulted in, I think it was VHB for that one, but you pick the highest scoring firm, and then if you're not satisfied with the pricing you get from that firm, then you can go to the next highest scoring firm and negotiate with that firm. Having said that, Councilman, we don't have to do it tonight. If you want, I can get more refined sourcing for the budget, and we can get that information for the proposal, the responses. We'll get you the RFQ.
Mhm.
That's fine. That's all right.
What I'm getting at here with the bid is, so when you're going to request authorization and negotiate the most comprehensive scope of work with the highest qualified firm for the City Hall Plaza design, you're looking for us to support spending authority up to $650,000 to do this. But yet, we, the city council, is not going to have any say over who is the contractor for this project. Is that true?
Right.
So why wouldn't we have this presented to us, or why wouldn't this go out for bid for this? Once the scope of work has been determined and decided on by whoever the group is that is going to be handling this, why doesn't that go out for bid? Why is it that whoever they are that is involved in this is going to end up making the decision to engage a contractor for a $6.5 million project?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The construction project will go out to bid for sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. As part of this first piece, working with the engineers to design it, they're going to draw up bid specs for us to put on the street to build this thing. And then we're going to know, then we pick, probably the lowest, most competitive bid price to build it.
Okay.
And then you'll have to award that too,
So what you're looking to do is the preliminary work, developing the scope of work, et cetera, et cetera. Does that development that you're working on, is that going to include plan design, engineering,
Permitting.
that type of stuff?
Yeah, that's what this is. Yep.
So it's all part of that.
Developing the alternatives. Yeah.
And then once that is completed, then that will go out for bid.
Absolutely. That engineer will draw up a whole bid spec for construction, and that includes oversight as well. When the thing's being built, this same firm will be overseeing the construction too.
What same firm? What do you
Well,
mean?
the
this-
one we end up picking out of these three.
So is this going to be a project manager, or is this going to be the actual construction company?
This would be, Beta would be acting as the project manager too.
So in addition to the project manager, there will still be a general contractor.
Yes. That will be bid later, whoever the winning general contractor is, I assume. And they'll have subs. I'm sure they're going to have to bring in a special firm for the rink piece of it.
Okay, what was important, well, one of the many things that were important to me on this was to, once again, get it on the record that, especially now that you tell me it's going from 3.5 million to 6.5 million, that there will not be any taxpayer dollars used to pay for this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Any questions, comments from members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you. Next on the agenda is bid 2023-102. That is found on page 4. Remove and install boilers from Wicks to the Cooper Building. Thank you, Director. Good evening, Chrissy.
Good evening. Public Works is requesting to have one of our HVAC contractors, D. Larson & Sons, move 2 boilers from the former Wicks School to the Cooper Building. As you know, the Wicks School has been sold. The buyer is allowing us time to move these units. The unit at the Cooper Building is from 1969, original to the building, and it is failing. The 2 units at Wicks have been pressure tested. They are in good shape. They were installed just a few years before the school closed. So we are requesting to repurpose them into the Cooper Building for $115,140.
Thank you, Christy. Questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Christy. So, what would the replacement cost be for a comparable system at Cooper?
A brand new system in that building is $264,000, I believe. We're saving approximately $107,000 by repurposing the ones from Wicks instead of installing brand new.
Okay, got it. And what's the useful life on the systems that we're moving, approximate?
Probably 10 to 15 years. I mean, they're literally like fairly new. They're like 3 or 4 years old. And then the school closed, so they have just been sitting there, but they're still in great shape for us.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Aren't you funny? Hi, Christy.
Hi.
Christy, you said that these boilers are 3 to 4 years old.
Approximately, yes.
Are there any warranties still in effect on those?
Not to my knowledge.
What were the original warranties?
They were installed by the school department before the building closed. I don't have that information.
I saw Mr. Gothberg here earlier. Is he still here or did he leave? Guess he left. So they're being transferred over to the Cooper Building. One of the larger tenants in that building, are they still in that building without a lease?
I couldn't speak to that. I don't know.
Is there anyone here that can speak to that? Because the last I knew, there was still no signed lease by the tenant in that building.
The request from the councilman of Ward 5 is if anyone can speak to the Cooper Building's lease status concerning the tenants in the Cooper Building. I'm sorry, could you step up to the microphone, please, Director? And just identify yourself, please.
I'm Beverly Wiley. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. That building is leased to the city, and I know there's some ongoing discussions going on right now about reciprocal agreements going on with the city and the Boys and Girls Club.
Thank you, Director.
I'd also point out that that's been going on for about 5 or 6 years with that lease that has never been presented or approved by the city council. But that's, I get the answer for that.
And just for point of facts, Councilman, riding on what you said, in 3 administrations. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It'll be finalized.
3
Yeah.
administrations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good point. All right, so we don't know what the date was that those boilers were installed in Wicks, but we think that 3 or 4 years. The 2 bids that we have here from Lawson and Sons, one speaks to a bid of $175,856. And then it has the other items down below in the notes. What I found curious is the second note. It said add $32,000 if the new boiler flue and stainless steel chimney are required. And option 2, which is the one that you're looking to move with, in that item, it says add $32,000 if new stainless steel boiler breaching and stack are requested. Why is one different from the other? Why is one, the city has to request it, and the other one, it says if it's required? Who's going to make that determination as to whether it's required?
That is included in the price that we are requesting. It's necessary.
It is necessary.
I think it was just a wording by the vendor. It wasn't anything.
So you've determined that it is necessary to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And the next item in option 2, it says add $28,000 to tie into city building management system. That's not included in this, correct?
Correct.
So who's going to do that?
We don't have a management system currently. That was kind of like the Honeywell. You can monitor things remotely, and we don't have that kind of system right now. We're looking into going out to bid for something, but I'm waiting for a list of equipment. So as of right now, that is not part of what we're requesting.
Okay, so the city has determined that's not necessary, and we don't really have a system for that.
Not as far as getting these boilers moved and installed into Cooper, no.
It also says that there is, it does not include any asbestos abatement. Has any testing been done, or has any inspections been done to determine whether or not there is asbestos in those old boilers? And if there is, what the cost is of getting them out of there?
We had a firm come out to both locations. The preliminary look at what's in both buildings, they think that there's going to be, they'll have to do some samples, obviously, but no, they don't think that there's any cause for concern. I'm pretty sure that Cooper had quite a bit of asbestos abatement done before it was turned over to the city by the government. So, and Wicks, the same. So it wouldn't require any sort of Department of Health plan or anything like that. So we're not looking at a big expense there. Probably, I don't know, maybe $800 for the testing and their time to take the samples.
The asbestos would be inside those boilers. So if you're looking at the outside of the boilers, you're not going to see any asbestos, probably. But the asbestos would be contained inside those boilers. So does anyone know whether or not that is the case? At the age of that building, I think it's somewhat safe to say that there's asbestos there.
What I just referred to was given, that was the information that was provided to us by the firm that went out and looked at both sites.
I understand that.
But there was asbestos abatement in the Cooper building prior to it being turned over to the city.
That doesn't take us off the hook if this company goes in to change those boilers out of there and they discover or determine that those boilers have asbestos in them. To remove asbestos, you're looking at serious money. It's not $100.
Right, I understand that.
So-
But as of right now, we have no cause for concern based on the firm on the, off this, that we have had off the state MPA view in both buildings to give us their opinion of what they think, how far we need to go. We were fully prepared to get an asbestos abatement plan and do whatever we had to do before we brought this to the council. But according to the professionals, that's not necessary.
For clarification, if you don't mind, Councilman, you're saying that both buildings, Wicks and Cooper,
Yes.
were reviewed?
Yes.
As far as the asbestos goes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was understanding, I thought he was talking about Wicks, you were talking about just Cooper,
No.
but you just clarified that.
Prior,
Okay,
prior to us bringing this to council, because we reviewed the quote and knew that there was a chance there would be asbestos somewhere in either building, we asked a firm to come out and evaluate and do the samples, and we haven't had any cause for alarm that this is going to be, as of now, you know, a $50,000 asbestos job on top of it, so.
so to go on the councilman, if you don't mind, Councilman, to go on the councilman's point, what would happen inside? I guess if I heard you correctly, Councilman, you said that some of the boilers could have asbestos inside as the, possibly, and you're saying that there's not 100% guarantee, but the way that they inspected it, knowing the manufacturing of these tanks, what companies or what products used asbestos and which ones didn't?
Right, but there's, like I said previously, there was asbestos abatement in that building, in the Cooper building.
Yes.
Prior to it being turned over to the city.
Okay, and as far as the Wicks building, which is the one I believe the councilman was talking of, which is the age of the, no, they're new, you're right. So the Cooper building is the one that's being removed, that's the one. Okay, so they cleared the Cooper building, 2 tanks from the Cooper building, the 2 boilers from the Cooper building.
I believe there's only one in Cooper.
Okay.
It's, you know, kind of a mammoth, but so we're replacing it with 2 that are at Wicks.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification and the
Sure.
sign.
Well, the Wicks building, I'm not so concerned with because it's been testified to that these boilers are 3 to 4 years old. So the chances are of having asbestos in those boilers is none because the asbestos has been outlawed for years. The connections to those boilers, new boilers, 3, 4 years old, they also cannot have any asbestos connected to them. So I'm not concerned with Wicks. I am concerned with the Cooper building. The Cooper building is, what was that, back in the 50s, 40s, something thereabouts when that thing was built?
1969 it was built.
69?
Yep.
Okay, so it could have asbestos in it. I'm not warm and fuzzy hearing that, well, you know, somebody abated, did an asbestos abatement throughout the building. That's fine. That doesn't have anything to do with the boilers. And the boilers were not abated because they're still being used. So my point is, I think there's a fair chance that there's going to be asbestos abatement required in those boilers. And if there is, that's going to be an additional cost. And I want to know who's going to pay the bills. When we get to the point where it says, uh-oh, now we have asbestos. Who's paying the bill? And what is the bill going to be? You know, we go through this with these projects, and we continue to go through it even tonight, where it's just one bill after another. The bills just keep coming in. We get a bill, we're going to fix this, and then, oh, we found out that, and now we got to get another bill. So it's not like this great big scientific project to determine if there's asbestos in those boilers. And I think that's something that should be known before we go there and start tearing apart boilers and then find out, oh, we can't touch them. Now we got to go for the abatement. And we got to go through the process of doing the abatement before we can remove those boilers. Now what? And you get the heating season right around the corner.
Thank
To me,
you.
it would make sense finding out, do those boilers have asbestos in them or don't they?
And the best information that we have is what you said, or the most accurate information is before the city, the federal government turned it over to the city.
There was asbestos abatement, and we had a professional firm
Yes.
evaluate the building, or that area, I should say, not the building, but the boiler room for any asbestos issues. And that was the report that they gave us back.
Got it. Thank you.
No.
Counsel?
I'm waiting to hear what Eric has to say.
Oh, I just wanted to point out.
Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Eric Earls, Public Works Director. The scope of work is that the vendor will go in, take the 2 boilers out of Wicks, bring them to Cooper, remove the Cooper boiler, dispose of it, and then install the boilers from Wicks. So whether or not the boiler at Cooper has asbestos in it, that's on the vendor because they're doing the work and they understand what the risks are. The asbestos abatement comes with the peripheral stuff, the ventilation, the piping, the ductwork, those types of things. So whether or not there's asbestos in the actual heating mechanism, that's not on us because the vendor has put it in here that they're going to remove that system.
So when they remove these boilers, you're saying that they're responsible for disposing of them?
Correct.
And are they responsible for disposing of them if the inside of those boilers aligned with asbestos without coming back to us and saying, hey, guess what? I put right here in my specs, price does not include any asbestos abatement.
The quote is that they're going to remove that unit. Maybe they know, based on the type of unit that it is, that there's not asbestos in it.
They've stated
They're the vendor. They're the vendor that we have. The asbestos abatement that they're talking about is associated with the insulation, the ductwork, that type of thing. It's not associated with the unit itself.
they're not doing any work to the ducts. They're just removing.
Well, they have to
boilers
take
and
the
putting in
old
two
unit,
new
they
ones.
have to take the units out of Wicks.
Right.
They're not going to match perfectly. It's not a plug and play. They're going to have to do some work to get it to fit. They're also going to have to adjust the ductwork out of the building, which is why we have the add alternate for the stainless steel chimney. So there is work to the ducts. That's what we're talking about with regard to asbestos.
Okay, so the position of the department from you, the director, is that doesn't matter what's inside those boilers. With regard and respect to the boilers, not the connection fittings, but the boilers, there will not be any additional charge incurred from the city for disposal or asbestos particles, containment, whatever, in those boilers. Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Fine.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the council?
Sorry.
Councilman, oh, hold on one second, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Christie, why didn't this go out for bid?
We're actually, and I'm sure planning director can speak to it, but it's my understanding that the buyer wants to demolish this building and make way for whatever development is going there. So they're allowing us, they own the building now, but they're allowing us to go through the process that we have to. This is not the type of thing where we have the time to go out to bid because the buyer wants to move forward with what they need to do. So that's why we're asking for a 56.6 with our vendor that we have already for HVAC.
So did the new owner of Wicks, did they give you a written time frame to have this work done, completed?
I don't have any of the information regarding the sale.
Okay. Director?
Please identify yourself.
Yeah, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. We technically still own the property. So Mr. Paolino hasn't actually acquired it yet, but this is something we, in talking with him, we wanted to try to get it done, during the summertime. Preferably August. So we're just trying to accelerate it.
Mm-hmm. When was the sale of that Wicks building? When did we approve that?
We have not,
June? May?
I forget.
I think it was May.
That sounds about right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2023-053 Alpha Concrete asphalt, concrete, hot mixes, and cold patches. That's found on page 8. Hello again, Christy.
Hi. Public Works is requesting to award the bid for asphalt, hot mix, and cold patch to the 5 vendors that submitted a bid: J.H. Lynch, D'Amber Construction, Carty Corporation, Johnston Asphalt, and Narragansett Improvement for a 1-year period in the amount of $80,000.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from members of the committee? Are there questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. Christie, on your recommend items, you got Lynch, D'Amber, Carty, et cetera, that isn't necessarily the order in which you're going to reach out to these folks, is it?
No.
Okay. Because it appears as though, well, most of it, D'Amber is the lower bidder. So they'll be getting first bites where they're the lower bidder, right?
Assuming they have the product, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2023-053 Bravo, asphalt, concrete, hot mixes, and cold patch. This is found on page 12. Christy.
Again, for the water department, it's the same request with the same vendors for the same product: asphalt, hot mix, cold patch, in the amount of $60,000 for 1 year.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Absolutely. Councilman Foley.
Just a quick question. Do you have roads mapped out, ready to go? Like this gets approved tonight, you go to D'Amber, D'Amber. When are they going to start paving?
So that's a separate bid. This is material that we pick up for potholes if we have to do burns, small patch jobs, that type of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2022-060. That is found on page 16. It is statistical reappraisal of real estate located within the corporate limits of the city of Warwick effective December 31st, 2021. Good evening, Director. Please identify yourself and you may begin.
Peter Schaefer, Finance Director. You acted on the recommendation of the mayor and the tax assessor to delay the revaluation for 1 year. We have the vendor under contract. In fact, the vendor is under budgeted by about $35,000 even before we did the delay, but there will be some additional costs. I don't think we'll have to use the full 70,000. Neil thinks more like 35 to 40,000, but that's what it's going to take to do the updates to complete a new update for December 31st, 2022.
Thank you. And I just wanted to interrupt for a moment to say thank you to Christy for her testimony in the previous bids. And this is 60% reimbursable?
Yes.
It is 60% reimbursable to the city. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is like the second surprise that I get tonight. Peter, I think I just heard you say that the original appraisal was $35,000 under budget.
Yes, because if you go back, and I think some of the documents are in here, Neil was working hard to get some of his employees to do work, and we had flexibility in the contract if he could use his own staff to do some of the work. So the $289,000, if we completed it as of December 31st, 21, which we acted to extend it a year, it would have been under the contract amount by around $35,000.
So are you saying now that
Now
our staff will not be doing it?
Now they're updating all the additional foregoing another year. They're working with Neil on doing updates to get to December 31st, 2022. There will be an additional cost above the 289 that the council originally approved of around $35,000. We had 70,000 in the budget, but we're not going to have to use all of that because of core costs that were lower than expected.
So when it was presented to us to hold the revaluation for a year,
Yeah.
I asked the question probably at least a couple times, if we were going to incur any additional costs to complete this revaluation. And the response was minimal additional cost. 70 grand is not minimal. That's 25% over the $289,000 budget that was there before. So this isn't minimal. This is significant. It's 25%. Peter, the 60% cost of the statistical update revaluations, the reimbursement, it says the state of Rhode Island, let me back up, because it's kind of giving a connotation to that 70K that is being asked for. It says, however, after telling us it's got to go to 359, it says, however, the state of Rhode Island reimburses municipalities for 60% of the cost of statistical update revaluations. The project will be completed in accordance with all the original project specifications. The additional cost is to recalibrate, et cetera, et cetera. Had the reevaluation been done this year, would we still have received 60% reimbursement from the state?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't like this is some, great big gift that we're going to get 60%. We're going to hit you for another 70,000 to do this, but it's not so bad because the state's reimbursing 60%. Well, it's not so good because the 60% would have been reimbursed on a 289. So I don't see how anyone can look at it any different than look at it and say, we just got a 25% increase in costs for holding this reevaluation for a year of 70 grand.
All I can say is, and I don't remember it was me or Neil that responded to you, but if you look at the budget, what we approved, there's $70,000 in the budget for 23, which that number was put in, and some of that would have been, because there's always a 10% retainage on the contract, or some of that would have been, but that covers, we budgeted the $70,000 that you're getting requested to approve right here.
That 70,000 you're saying was in the budget we just approved.
Yes.
And where was that in the budget?
Page 19, the assessor's office.
Page 19.
Yeah.
So it's not minimal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments on bid 2022-060? Thank you, Peter. Next is bid 2020-001, Police and Fire Disability Administrator. Good evening, Director. Please identify yourself.
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. This is a request to extend the agreement a 3-year agreement that we have with Claim Strategies. They help the department, the public safety departments, manage their IOD, injured on duty claims. And if we extend it for an additional 3 years, we've discussed with the vendor and got a commitment that would amount to a 12. Oops, had it right here. 11.75% decrease in the next 3 years over the current 3-year contract that just expired at the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Director, for this police and fire disability, are we self-insured for that?
Police and fire disability is a little different than workers' compensation. It's a completely separate set of rules and separate statutes. What happens when somebody goes out on IOD, they stay on payroll and get sick leave pay. So in a sense, we are self-insured. We pay them sick leave, and if it's an injured on duty claim, we pay them sick leave for as long as that on-duty injury lasts. So in that sense, I would say it's self-insured, yes.
So you say it's similar to workers' comp insurance. So workers' comp insurance, that goes, one of the big players, well, the main player in Rhode Island is Beacon Mutual.
Right, correct.
So do we have a carrier such as Beacon Mutual for this police and fire disability coverage?
No, the coverage comes out of payroll. It comes out of your sick leave pay,
Okay.
or the firefighter or the policeman's sick leave pay.
Okay, so we don't have a separate insurer providing us with this coverage?
That is correct, we do not.
Okay.
So they help manage it.
Well, with that said, I think you've done a good job in negotiating the numbers.
Thank you.
My concern was we had like a Beacon Mutual Insurance, and they do all this stuff that we're now looking to spend extra dollars and cents in doing. And that was my concern with this when I was going through it. I understand it where basically it is self-insured.
Yeah, by
And
statute.
it is very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
I'd like to request a PCR on this. Thank you.
The request from Ward 2 is for a PCR. It'll be PCR 85-22. Okay, any further questions or comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? Yes, thank you. We had a request for a PCR, so I'd like to take a vote on former bid 2020-001 Police and Fire Disability Administrator and now PCR 85-22. May I have a motion?
Favorable action?
I have a motion for favorable. Seconded by Councilman Gebhardt. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number, I apologize. Thank you so much, sir. Bid 2022-429, Municipal Transfer Station. This is found on page 51. Director Earls, good evening.
Good evening. So the city went out for requests for qualifications, looking for consultants to assist with the feasibility of a municipal transfer station.
Thank you so much, Director. Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Council President McAllister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Director. I really appreciate you guys looking for different ways to tackle this. Can you just outline for our constituents a municipal transfer station, what you envision?
Yeah, so we were here a couple months ago talking about the possibility of using the transfer station that that Waste Management operates and the benefits of that. This would be even more beneficial. The benefits of having a municipal transfer station are, rather than our trash trucks picking up trash curbside and driving to Johnston, they would pick up trash curbside and then drop at the local transfer station. So instead of a round trip of 25 or 30 miles, the round trip would be 1 or 4, depending on where they were in the city. That would allow them to get back out on their routes quicker. It would allow them to, obviously, there'd be a lot less depreciation on the vehicles. The fuel would be less. So what would happen with the trash, it would go to the municipal transfer station, be consolidated into a larger truck, and then hauled to Johnston. So again, the wear and tear on the vehicles, the fuel costs, overtime costs would all be saved. Also, another big benefit, if we used it for recycling as well, which we would envision, we would certainly look at, would also minimize the number of rejected loads that the city gets. Right now, if your recycling truck goes out and picks up, at 60 houses and they're all clean, but then it picks up 2 that somebody put, municipal, like kind of your kitchen trash, food scraps, plastic bags, that whole load can be rejected. So we get hit with a $250 fine for that, but we also lose all that material. Instead of the majority of it being recycled, it all gets slid over into the refuse pile, and then we pay the per ton rate rather than it getting disposed of for free. Now, if you envision a transfer station where we control that, gets dumped on the tipping room floor, we can see whether or not we can salvage some of it for recycling. We pull out the trash, slide that over at our own facility, and then just take clean recycling up to Johnston. So now we're not getting the rejected loads, we're increasing our recycling rates, which again saves everybody money and is considerably more convenient. So those are the big benefits. There's also convenience to the citizens, right? So if you have trash now and you get too much to fit in your barrels, you're kind of stuck. If we had a municipal transfer station, we could make it open to the public to say, okay, if you can't fit in your barrels, drive it up here and you can dump it here. Similarly with recycling. And also bulky items. It'd be easier on the city and easier on the residents if somebody who had a couch or a bureau or something could just throw it in the back of their truck and drive it up here, right? Now we don't have to worry about that as the Public Works Department, but also it's convenient for you because you don't have to worry about our schedule. So all of those things are the benefits. And so what we're asking for here is to just let us negotiate with the vendor to conduct the feasibility. Can we find a location? They would look at our, the size. We typically have about 100 tons of trash a day, 40 tons of recycling. So you'd have to size the facility accordingly. They'd look at traffic based on whatever the location was. And we would ask them to look at, city-owned properties, but also if there were private properties that might be a good fit, we would build that into the equation after the fact. So that's kind of what we're looking for here. That's where we are.
Thank you, Director. And I do commend you and the administration for, thinking of ways to tackle this issue, not just doing what we've always done, because that's the way it's always been done. And thank you for the explanation. I think it's important, and we don't have the location yet, but we're just looking at the feasibility of this. See if this could be a new option for the city. So I just want to thank you for laying that out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Riggs.
A quick one, just to be clear, the DPW would be looking into if there were a municipal transfer station, then there would be the additional service to Warwick residents where they could potentially drop off their bulky item pickup, as opposed to waiting for that specific day of the week and so on. But there currently aren't any plans to cut back on the current bulky item pickup service?
No.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. So, Eric, what do you see? Let me back up. When you just redid that other thing, that other transfer station, which I was very supportive of, certainly sounded like a really good idea for all the reasons that you mentioned, which I support every one of them. But you also had come back and said it wasn't a good fit. It didn't work out so well. So what do you see being different doing our own transfer station?
Well, the problem with the other agreement was that the waste management transfer station handled commercial trash, and they were going to be taking our residential trash. Now, apparently in the trash world, residential trash is a better product. It compacts easier. It's easier to haul. And sometimes commercial entities, they'll take that good trash and they'll bring that to their landfill. So Waste Management obviously has their own disposal facilities. So they'll take that good material, our curbside trash, bring it to their facilities and switch it out and bring up bulky items like tables and couches and construction debris maybe that are less desirable from a landfill operation. So that was the discussion that Resource Recovery up in Johnston had with Waste Management on Jefferson Boulevard, and subsequently we were not able to use that facility because there was that concern. The concern was that Waste Management might send Johnston the bad trash and keep the good trash. So when we are operating a facility, obviously we would completely control that, and it would just be residential trash that we pick up curbside. There could be a benefit as well from a revenue standpoint if, we size this facility theoretically to be bigger than just Warwick trash. We could potentially offer the service to neighboring municipalities, East Greenwich maybe, or West Warwick, so that they don't have to direct haul, and then they would pay us a price similarly like the agreement that we were going to have with Waste Management. There wouldn't be as much of a conflict because you're all residential trash. But again, we're kind of getting big picture stuff.
And Eric, an example of what you talked about with the downtime, wasted time, driving to the landfill. I think it was either last week or the week before, I was on 295 and one of our trucks was sitting in a line of traffic that was probably a mile long. No fault of our driver, of course, but that's to the point you just mentioned. You also mentioned another really good point is the recyclables, how it can be contaminated, plastic bags, et cetera, and I think it's really appropriate to put out some kudos to the administration, because I remember seeing recently a series of Facebook posts going through the explanation of what should be put in the recyclables and what shouldn't be. And I think that's a really good thing to do, because it's amazing how many people don't realize you can take, the Glad bag full of aluminum cans, and no, it's not supposed to go in the recyclable, just the aluminum cans. Eric, the $50,000, what do you need the $50,000 for specifically?
Well, the scope of work would be, first, they would look at our waste stream. Like I said, 100 tons of trash, 40 tons of recycling a day. They would verify that and make sure that, whatever the facility is, that they were sizing it correctly. They would look at the site selection. Obviously, that's a big one. Can we find a city-owned piece of property? Can we do it at City Yard, which, kind of already has that industrial feel to it? Or are there other locations that would be a better fit? That they would develop the concept plan and the traffic observations. They'd attend public meetings. They'd work with us on, after the site selection, if there were geotechnical issues with the site, and then we get into the preliminary design, and then you start to get down into the nitty-gritty of actually designing the facility. So in theory, that's what the $50,000 would be for. $50,000 might not be enough at this point. That's a lot of scope for $50,000, but my thinking with assigning that number to it was, if we can't even find a site, then we're not getting to the other expensive pieces anyway. So I think that the 50,000 kind of gets us to maybe 3 or 4 tasks on here, and then we reevaluate where we are. Because I don't want to come back to you and say, hey, I got this great thing. It's going to be located on Post Road. Here it is, ready to go. And you say, no, you should have brought us into the discussion when we were at site selection. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
So, Eric, the other thing that's I've been getting calls on over the past several months, since the cutting the grass season kicked up, et cetera, is from landscapers and from different landscapers, in the city, wanting to know if there was a site in Warwick that they could dispose of their landscaping debris, as opposed to having to haul it all the way out to Johnston. I don't know the mechanics of all of that. I'm putting it out there I don't know if you've been considering it, or if you would entertain considering it, that perhaps, being it's a commercial entity, that this could be something worked into this program where you would charge the landscapers to bring in their grass and their tree branches and leaves and whatever else, because they may pay us the same rate as Johnston, but they too would be saving a lot of time and money chasing around. So I don't know if that's something that you would be interested in exploring, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you,
Oh, by the
Council.
way, I do support this, by the way.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. I will now go through the procedure of identifying, asking members of the committee, council, and public of any items in the bid package that they would like to have pulled for discussion. I will start with the committee, with the Finance Committee. Is there any items that you would like pulled for discussion? I'll give you a moment. Councilman Gebhardt is requesting bid 2023-105. That is, thank you. Hold on one moment, please. 2023-105 is bid number 22. That is found on page 152. And what was the next one, Councilman? Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt also requests discussion on bid 2023-442, traffic light repairs. That is found on page 160. Councilman Foley?
Yeah, I have 2 tonight.
Yes, sir.
2023-103, police undercover operation.
2023-103? What is the bid number? Like what's 15? Thank you. Councilman Foley requests bid 2023-103, police undercover operations. And that is found on page
100, Chairman.
100. Thank you. Yes, it is found on page 100. Councilman Foley, go ahead.
2023-065, the last one, very last bid.
Thank you. That is 2023-065, Mobile self-contained food concessions at Oakland Beach. This is requested by Councilman Foley, and that is found on page, hold on, I have it right here, 189 in the bid package. So, Councilman Gebhardt, all set? Thank you. Members of the council, Councilman Ricks.
The one immediately before the last one, related, so that's 2023-064, found at page 186.
2023-064 on 186 is requested by Councilman Ricks. Are there any further? Any other members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep.
First item is 2023-069. It's item 14, found on page 97.
2023-069 requested by Councilman Lattisaur. Thank you. And that's, what was the page number again? I apologize.
I'm sorry, it's on page 97.
97. Thank you so much. And that was purchase of Ford Escape SE.
Yes,
Are there any other items?
yes. I have several, actually.
Yes, sir.
Item number 19, 2022-029B, found on page 124, quarterly fire alarm panel inspection.
2022-029 Bravo, quarterly fire alarm and panel inspections and testing, requested by Councilman Lattisaur on page 124. Thank you. Any
Next
further
one
items?
is item 21. It's bid number 2023-088, found on page 147. It's repairs to E13.
That was already requested by Councilman Gebhardt.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I thought he had 2023-105.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Hold on one moment, please. Let me correct my information. Excuse me. That's found on page 147, correct?
Yes.
One moment, please. Thank you, Councilman. Any others?
Yes, item 23, bid number 2023-084, rubber matting for Thayer, found on page 157.
2023-084, rubber matted for Thayer Arena, requested by Councilman Lattisaur on page 157.
Next item, item 25, 2022-441, repair diesel fuel fill, found on page 163.
2022-441, repair diesel fuel fill requested from Councilman Lattisaur, found on page 163. Thank you, Councilman.
Next item, number 26, bid number 2022-431, emergency repairs, RS 71, found on page 167.
Bid 2022-431, emergency repairs to RS 71, requested by Councilman Lattisaur, found on page 167. Councilman?
Last item, number 28, 2022-440, replace radiator RS 74, found on page 183.
2022-440, replace radiator to Romeo Sierra 74, requested by Councilman Lattisaur, found on page 183. I don't know what I wrote for. Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other items to be discussed by members of the council? Any items on the agenda that seeking to be discussed by members of the public? Any items on the bid package that to be discussed by the public? Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll just go in order. We will start with Councilman Lattisaur's request. Correct? Yep. Start with Councilman Lattisaur's request, bid 2023-069, purchase of Ford Escape SE. This is found on page 97. Councilman Lattisaur.
Hello, Major.
Good evening.
So, got a couple of date questions here. In the first page that we have, which in our binder is 97, it identifies the vehicle, the price, et cetera. And it has item number 1, note 1. Vehicle on order, vehicle was ordered March 22nd. Is that indicating that this particular vehicle was ordered by the city on March 2022? I don't mean March 22nd, I meant March 2022.
No, that was more on the Ford side of things.
Okay, so it wasn't pertaining to the vehicle you're referring to.
Correct.
You went out for bid on this on April 2022, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You're indicating that this vehicle will be paid for code 76358, insurance proceeds. How does that happen? How are we paying for a new vehicle out of insurance proceeds?
We had a vehicle that was damaged in an accident, so we have leftover funds. So instead of using that money towards a cruiser that we didn't need at the time, it was an older traffic vehicle. We decided to use that money towards this vehicle.
You had $25,000 left over after an insurance claim?
As of today, we actually have $93,259.
In totality?
Correct.
Okay, not for 8 claims.
Correct, yes.
I'm saying I'm gonna have you negotiate the insurance stuff from now on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have on that one, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions for members of the committee on this item? Councilman Foley.
Not on this item, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm getting ready.
Thank you. Any other questions for members of the council? Questions from members of the public on this bid item? Thank you, Major. We'll just keep you up there and we'll go right to bid 2023-103. I just did, yes. Thank you. Police undercover operations found on page 100. Councilman Foley.
Just informational, like what would that cover?
This is for our special operations group, who's basically tasked with drug activity, prostitution, gambling. It's undercover work. So it could be a multitude of different things that they need, basically in the moment to facilitate and do investigations.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions on bid 2023-103 from members of the public? Thank you, Major. You're welcome. Next item will be bid 2022-029 Bravo, quarterly fire alarm panel inspections and testing. This is requested by Councilman Lattisaur and found on page 124. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. So, Chief, I'm reading this and, keeping in mind that we're talking about, the fire department here and the fire station. It said, this increase in spending authority is required to pay for the replacement of addressable smoke CO detectors in 5 of our fire stations. Currently, the fire alarm system in these 5 fire stations are in trouble, quotes, condition due to expired CO detectors. When did those CO detectors expire?
They expired, I believe, a month or 2 ago. I think I was notified that they expired in June, early June. Yep.
So who inspects these at the fire department?
We don't. The fire alarm testing company does. So this company that we have contract with does quarterly testing on it. These fire alarm systems were all installed 10 years ago as part of a federal grant. And the CO part of that CO smoke detector has a 10-year service life. So when they came out to do their last quarterly test in the beginning of June, they recognized that the panel had a trouble on it. And when they investigated it, they found that those detectors were the end of service life.
So why aren't they inspecting these detectors quarterly? They come in and do inspections. Why didn't they notice this the quarter before?
I don't believe they know that. I believe the date that it expires is on the device itself. So until that device actually goes into a trouble situation, then they go to investigate. They pull the device down, and then they look, and then they see why the device is having a problem. I don't believe that actually shows on the alarm panel itself. I think that's something that they have to investigate once they find a condition.
Is there a requirement in commercial buildings to have CO detectors?
I am not an expert on fire code. I believe when these were first installed under the federal grant 10 years ago that they had to follow some regulations, and I believe the regulations at the time they had to follow, being a federal grant-funded project, was that they install also CO detectors in the building. It's also a very good idea.
Yeah, obviously. These CO detectors, were those detectors in those 5 stations, were they located in any of the sleeping areas?
They are. They're outside of the sleeping areas.
They were in the sleeping areas?
They're outside. Usually they're located outside of the sleeping area is where the CO detectors typically are located.
And this company that we're paying to do these inspections, they're not required to inspect the CO detectors which are outside of the sleeping quarters of our firefighters.
I do not believe that when they do the quarterly testing, they only do I believe they do a quarter of the detected devices each quarter. They don't do the whole system every quarter. And when they come in, they just test for functionality of those detectors. And when they came in, prior to June, the quarter before, they were all in good working condition. When they came for their June test, they found that those devices were in trouble. So then when they investigated that device to see why it was given a trouble signal to the fire alarm panel, they found that it had passed its expiration date of 10 years of service life.
So you said it was giving off a signal that said it was in trouble?
It's an addressable system, so that device will send if it has a problem, it'll send a signal to the main fire alarm panel telling that there's a problem with that device.
Isn't that panel in the fire station?
It is.
And does it give off an audio signal?
It probably gives off a tone, yeah, and I'm sure that tone was reported to the fire alarm company at the time.
But you said these expired 2 months ago.
I believe it was early June, but they were also doing their test around that same time. So this was all kind of happening around the same time. The troubles went in panel, the fire alarm testing company was due to come their quarterly tests. And I think they just did it as one trip instead of coming out, doing a special visit just to investigate the trouble.
Personally, I think little pressure needs to be put on this alarm company that we're paying to do these inspections, particularly where we have our firefighters in those sleeping quarters with these CO detectors that maybe haven't been working at all in the past month. I think that's a bit concerning. And I think this alarm company, perhaps someone needs to have a little conversation with them about that. That's all I have on that one, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions, comments from the committee? Further comments, questions from members of the council? Further comments, questions from members of the public on bid 2022-029 Bravo? Thank you. The next item will be bid 2023-088 repairs to Echo 13, or I'm assuming Engine 13, found on page 147, requested by Councilman Lattiser. Hello, Christy.
Hello.
Councilman.
Thank you. I just want to start off by making a point here. The unit was responding, this is one of our units now, is responding to an emergency call at an airport vehicle gate. So once again, City of Warwick is providing, fire service, rescue service, police service, et cetera, to the airport. And you've heard me say it before, and I'm going to say it again. I don't think the airport is paying the City of Warwick anywhere near what they should be paying us. And You know what? I think this is just another gift. They're very fortunate that, they're getting that protection. They need to stop paying more for it. So it says the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust has completed a preliminary estimate. On this estimate, Christie, it doesn't show an odometer reading. Is there any reason why they don't show an odometer reading?
I can't speak to that. It was generated by the trust.
Did anybody from the city question that?
No.
I think when you're keeping vehicle records and things that are getting done, things that are getting replaced and repaired, I think it's very important to have the mileage on that report that I assume we're keeping. This doesn't tell you anything. What I found interesting was it says, the unit was responding to an emergency call at the airport vehicle gate when, while turning around, struck a cement boiler, causing significant damage to the vehicle. When I read that, I'm saying, okay, this is a fire truck, it's what, 60, 70 feet long, whatever it is, must have been backing up somewhere, trying to make a turnaround. But all the damage is on the front end of this vehicle. So that vehicle was moving forward when it struck. What did it strike? What did it strike?
The report that I got was it struck a concrete bollard.
A concrete bollard?
Bollard, yep.
And that was when the vehicle was going forward?
I assume so.
Yeah. How is it that we got to replace a front windshield panel? What was wrong with the windshield? The front had some damage to it, chrome bumper, brackets, siren bumper. What was wrong with the windshield? They charge us $2,250 for a windshield.
I didn't see the truck myself. This is an estimate that's generated by the trust. So
I know
the
that.
adjuster must have noticed maybe it got pushed up in towards the windshield, and so that piece also needs to be replaced.
What got pushed up into the windshield?
I don't know. Whatever damage might have pushed up into the windshield area.
I know, this has been discussed numerous times in the past. Well, the trust is paying the bill. Well, the taxpayers are paying the bill. And the higher our claims go, the higher our premiums go. And we have a $2,250 bill for a windshield panel. I don't even know what a windshield panel is. What is a windshield panel? Is it the glass? Is it something that protects the windshield? I don't know. But the damage is all on the front end of the vehicle. The windshield on a truck is quite a ways back from that bumper. So I would certainly want to know, how did the windshield get damaged? How does that happen? But we don't know. That's all I have on that, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from the committee? Follow-up questions from the council? Questions from the public? Thank you. I'm going to request a no more than 5-minute recess from the Finance Committee. The time is now 6:25. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The Finance Committee is back open. The next item is requested by Councilman Gebhardt, found on page 152. It is bid 2023-105, repairs to the therapy pool. Councilman Gebhardt.
The pool. So it looks like this is the bulk of the filter system for the therapy pool.
Yes, it is the part. In part, it is the filter system. Yes.
Got it. So what else is left once we get the filter system replaced?
Once we get these items, if they're approved tonight, once we get this done, we do have some work that we need to do as a department in the deck area. Obviously, it needs to be cleaned after all the construction. There is water in it. We haven't turned the heat on yet. We're waiting for the heat exchanger to get flushed out so we don't push any rusty water into the pool as it gets heated. And then we have some concrete work, some drain covers we need to replace. There's metal drain covers. A couple of them are bent and, a tripping hazard. So once we get all that squared away, and we still haven't gotten any sort of approval from the Department of Health, which with now changing out the filter, we would have to get their approval for that as well. We're replacing basically one for one, so it's not usually a big process, but from what I understand, they're also very understaffed, so getting the approval is taking longer than we would like.
Got it. Thank you. And then with all the new equipment that's there, what's the process? You have somebody on staff who oversees that facility now, like dedicated, or how do we?
We have a third shift maintenance person. He's very good. He takes care of both pools when they're operational. So anything that needs to be done, he'll alert me, and then we'll get it taken care of.
Okay, great. And then whatever the process is ongoing for maintenance does he document that, or do we have that somewhere?
Yes, we have records on, right now we don't have anything pertaining to the small pool only because it hasn't been open for a couple of years. Obviously, it's been a lengthy process to get this open, but we want to make sure that, if we need the new filter system, we don't want to close it down a month after it opens and say, oh, we need a new filter system. We just want to get it all done, make it all right, and then open it to the public.
Thanks, Christy.
Thank you, Councilman. Follow-up questions from members of the committee. Follow-up questions from members of the council. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. To follow up with that, Christy, I know explained this really good where it said the first thing, was the filter replacement. The second was the chemical controller. And I couldn't hear everything. You might have answered the question already. How far are we from being completed? Are we waiting and then we keep running into new issues?
So these repairs would be the last of the major things that need to be done, but we still don't have the approval, and we won't until we do this now from the Department of Health to open the pool to the public. So we can't, even if we got it all done tomorrow and it was ready to go, we still can't open it until the Department of Health says it's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? I was going to say the population. Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Solicitor. Thank you. The next item up for discussion is bid 2023-084, rubber matting for Thea Arena. This is requested by Councilman Lattisaur and found on page 157. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Christy, it troubles me that after this bid is opened and the numbers are there, that this Becker Arena comes in with a new number of $2.62 a square foot. The original bid was $1.59 a square foot, and it said does not include delivery. So how did they go from $1.59 to $2.62, including delivery, after the bids were open?
So the bid called for price per square foot, including delivery. For whatever reason, this vendor didn't do it. I reached out to them prior to even the bid minutes being made available to ask them what the price was with delivery, and that's what they had come back and said. It with delivery was $2.62 a square foot, which still made them the low bidder.
I'm going to, Director Peshka?
I was just here to help Christie. What happens quite often is when we open bids, as well as the specs go out with details so we can compare everything apples to apples, sometimes the vendors don't complete the bid thoroughly. And Christie took it upon herself, which I was very happy. She followed up because that bid was so much lower than the rest. She confirmed the fact that it included delivery, and they said, no, it did not. Unfortunately, they missed that when they completed the bid. They just gave the price of the item. They did not include the delivery charge. So she, after that, we opened it, got that information for us so we could actually compare everything apples to apples.
So you bring up an interesting point. We have had countless bids or proposed bids that have either made it to us or not, or they were disposed because they weren't complete, they didn't have something else filled in, or was missing something. Now we have this bid that they bid $1.59 a square foot, and it doesn't include delivery. So once again, the bids are open. We put a call into them and say, okay, what's your price per square foot for delivery? I mean, I can do a real simple math problem and come up with a price below $2.70 a square foot if I know what the $2.70 a square foot is. So, Christie, how much is the freight on this bid?
From this particular vendor,
Yes.
it's,
That's a number that you should have right there.
it's $1.03 a square foot.
It's $3,090. So their bid almost doubled. The delivery charge is $3,090. The product charge is $4,770. What is the weight of those rolls that are coming to us? Do you know what the total weight is?
I don't know specifically, but rubber matting is very heavy.
They are.
Yes.
They're 2 pounds a square foot, because I called the vendor and I got the weight. It's $2 a square foot. So how do they come up with that number of $3,090? That's what we need to know. Because they went from $1.59 without delivery, and then it's called and said, what is your number with delivery? And they raised their bid $3,090, which is probably about, I don't know, I'm looking at it now, I'm going to say it's 60%, a 60% increase. So to go from Minnesota to here with about 38 rolls of foam, they're charging us $3,090.
It's not foam, it's actual rubber matting. It's kind of
Rubber
like,
matting.
like tires, like
It's
that kind of material.
Right. It's rubber matting, it's 3/8 thick. This particular company's roll is 4 feet wide and 50 feet long. I know what it is. So how do you substantiate an increase in the bid after the bids are open for $3,090 of delivery? Where does that delivery charge come from?
Councilman Lattiser, what
Okay,
would
hold
you-
on, Director, please. Identify yourself for the microphone to answer the question.
Sorry, Eric Earls, Public Works Director. Councilman Lattiser, I'm confused here, because whenever we do this kind of thing, you ask us, why didn't you make that phone call? We made that phone call this time.
No.
I was talking, I'm sorry. We made that phone call this time. And we worked for the taxpayers to get the best price. Now you're questioning whether or not we did our job to get the taxpayers the best price. What else could we do?
You're playing semantics here, Director.
I'm just
When
telling
I
you what
asked
happened.
Now I'm talking. When I asked the question, did you call the vendors? I asked the question, did you call the vendors to find out why they didn't bid? I never said, did you call and ask them if they have a, what's the price going with the freight? Never said that. Don't imply that, because that's never happened. What's happened is I've asked time and again and again and again over the last 10 years, did you call the other vendors and ask them why they didn't bid? That's what I asked. So today you have a bid that's been put public, $1.59. We're getting an additional charge of $3,090 for freight, and we don't know what the freight is. We don't know what the weight is. We don't know what the freight charge is. How can you approve a freight charge of $3,090 if you don't have those numbers? And the other question I have is this the final price per square foot? Who's installing this? Are we installing this? We're installing this. Okay. So how much is the double-faced tape going to cost to put this matting down? And how much is the adhesive going to cost to put this matting down? Do we know that number, or is that going to come to us after?
We don't have to buy any of that from.
You don't have a what?
This vendor is providing us with the rubber matting.
Correct. You're going to install it, or we're going to install it. The city is going to install it, right? So the requirements from the vendor that I spoke with said you need to use double-faced tape on the seams or adhesive to seal those seams. Is that figured into this, or are you going to have to come back to us with another request for the adhesives to lay this matting down?
We're purchasing rubber matting. That's what we're purchasing. Apples and apples. Every vendor was asked to provide a price for rubber matting.
I'm not disputing that.
Well, the rest of the installation we're going to do in-house. So if it needs double-sided tape, we don't need to buy it from this vendor. We put out a bid for rubber matting.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so there'll be an additional cost to do this job. Okay. So again, explain to me how it was determined that the freight charge of $3,090 is a justified freight charge.
Maybe we should reach out to the other vendors and ask them what their freight charges were. But that would be a futile exercise, because it ended up putting us right back here where we are, looking at the low bidder.
If I may, I apologize.
But you're looking at the low bidder.
Councilman, I'm sorry, if I may, please. So to move past this part right here, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Christie, once you got all the bids back, you looked at the bids, you noticed this one was low, as your testimony stated. Did you already send out the letters of awarding the bid before you called this company?
No,
So-
nothing went out. I received the bids from purchasing. I noticed that they were, grossly low. I was excited if it was $1.59 shipped, but
Yeah.
obviously, so I emailed the vendor and they emailed me right back and said, no, with shipping, it's $262 a square foot.
So then you updated, understanding that it wasn't on the form, but then you added it
Correct.
as a sub.
And I
So
had,
the vendor, when they gave you that price, they were not aware of what the other bids were, or they were the chosen bidder,
That's
or
correct.
the other bidders were not aware.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
So how can you state that? Either one of you, how can you state that the other bidders or all the bidders were not aware of it? This is a public bid opening. And when I bid jobs, I'm at those public bid openings. So as one of the vendors that's bidding, sure, I know what the other bids were because I'm at the public bid opening. Do either one of you know if any of those vendors were at the public bid opening?
They were not. None of these vendors are local. None of these vendors showed up to the bid opening. And the bid minutes didn't go out. They come from purchasing. The bid minutes hadn't even gone out for anything until I confirmed with this vendor what their price was per square foot with shipping.
So there was nothing put out there
No,
beyond the opening of that bid with the people present in the room, which were our employees,
correct.
before you made the call to the vendor.
I sent an email, yes.
Okay, sent them an email. Well, I bid a fair amount of work. And if I'm bidding on a job that has several items and you're supposed to include this, and if you don't include it, too bad, you're out. So I don't know, where this just seems to be, it doesn't make any sense to me. But in any event, that's what it is. I don't know what the delivery charge is. We don't have the weight, so you have no way of knowing whether that delivery charge is $3,090 or should it have been $2,090, because you don't know. What you do know is it's going from $1.59 a square foot to $2.62 a square foot, but we don't know what the delivery charge really is. Could I have a PCR on that, please?
On bid 2023-084 PCR, may I have a PCR? 86-22.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just so understanding that this is now a PCR and will be on the the city council meeting, are there any further questions from members of the committee? I have to do this. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Are there any other questions, comments from members of the public? May I have a motion on PCR 86-22?
I move favorable action.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. Unless there's an objection from the Finance Committee, I respectfully request that we pause the Finance Committee at this time, call Public Safety. We have a few members of the public here. I'd like for them to be able to have their claims heard, and we have a full agenda this evening, so I just would like them to have their claims heard, and then we can go back. I would like to do public properties after that, so we can just move that to the public hearing for later on, and then if we have time before 7, we will come back into finance, and if not, we will do that after we do a couple of things at the start of the meeting, if that's the pleasure of the chairman.
That is the pleasure of the committee, Mr. President. The time is now 6:46 and the Finance Committee is at recess.
It's called to order. 6:47. First item is acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on June 20th, 2022.
Move to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The first item is PCR 78-22, Paul DiPetrillo claim. As I did previously, I am recusing myself on this issue. I hand over the chairship to Councilman McElroy.
Okay, the first order of business is PCR 78-22, Paul DiPetrillo claim.
I see that there's a memo here from the Chief of Staff. If I may, I can read that memo into the public record if that may be helpful. Yeah, I see no objection. So the memo reads, this matter was originally presented to the Public Safety Committee at its last meeting on June 20, 2022. At that time, following a brief discussion, the matter was held pending the administration's consultation with the city solicitor. Specifically, the solicitor was asked to opine on whether this claim should be presented to the city's liability insurer, the Interlocal Trust, to compensate the claimant rather than pursuing recovery under RIGL 24513, liability of cities and towns for injuries from defective roads. Following a thorough review of this claim by the city solicitor, the record supporting it is simply void of any fact or circumstance that would warrant addressing this claim differently from any other claim resulting from a pothole that comes before this body. It is therefore the administration's recommendation that the committee review this claim pursuant to the above noted statute. Accordingly, if the committee approves of compensation to the claimant for the damage to his tire, the maximum recovery is $300 under RIGL section 24813B. So my initial comments are that it is a bit of a complicated matter because the claimant, Mr. DiPetrillo, who is present here today, states that he was on city business during this, and therefore I would imagine that it would not necessarily come under section 24813B. However, I would defer to the city solicitor on that. So I would want to give the claimant, Mr. DiPetrillo, an opportunity to speak, and especially on whether he had an opportunity to discuss with the city solicitor.
Well, I have not, actually, but and good evening, honorable members of the City Council. I, as chairman of zoning here in Warwick, it's not enough for me to just look at plans. I have to go to those locations and I have to view these properties, and I may have 10, maybe 12 properties to view. And I do this, in my own car, on my insurance, without a gas card, so my ability to actually be in time to, I noticed that the claim initially was denied for timing. And the timing should be adjusted to when a person is actually able to recover a police report and all of the materials that are necessary to even file this claim. But I would say that having put, I don't know how many miles I put on each month that I do inspections, but it's considerable, and to suffer the damage the amount of damage that the car did receive is certainly not going to be, covered by the city limit.
I would like to thank you for doing your due diligence as a member of the zoning board. Where this, I think, becomes tricky is not so much that you should be entitled to recovery like any other member of the public, but the question of whether you should receive compensation in full or whether you would be limited by Section 24.813B. So, that being a tricky question, it's a little bit different from it being a city employee. And while I would tend to think that being on city business, you should fall under that umbrella, that is being on city business and not being, say, an elected official. If I dare say one of the members of the city council were driving our cars on city business and we're in a similar situation, I wouldn't necessarily think that we would be able to get relief greater than the $300 greater than any member of the public. That's just my personal opinion. But it appears that the city solicitor has looked into this and determined that that particular limit does apply in these particular circumstances. And it might be helpful to get some further information on that so that we know exactly where the line is drawn as a committee in the future. But for the reasons stated in your petition, and I certainly think that all of the evidence is there that you did timely report this. So for those reasons, based on the affidavit, based on all of the estimates, I would be very comfortable with awarding the amount of $300.
Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $300.
Second.
One question for the claimant. We should make sure the claimant's okay with 300, given that the claim was for more than that, given that the affidavit as signed would bar him from going to his insurance company.
A very good point. Thank you.
Mr. DiPetrillo, any questions?
I do. I did submit the 3 quotes. Those quotes are in the vicinity of $950. I had requested in the past the possibility of using a city sedan for my zoning inspections. Using my own car for these zoning inspections and the extra mileage, and it's a good thing my insurance company doesn't know that I'm using my own car for zoning inspections. But the cost out of my pocket is certainly not going to leave me very happy, but anything the city can do towards that end would be most appreciated. It's around $950 of damage. So while I'm on city time, I guess I just have to be more careful.
So as long as he's okay with the fact that he knows he's not going to the insurance company after to make up the difference, and you might be better off, depending on your deductible, to go to your insurance company. I don't know what it is.
For my deductible, my insurance company? Yeah, I don't think, it doesn't work well, the deductible and everything. Although certainly I will, I'll inquire, yeah. I'll inquire with my own insurance. They're going to ask me, I hope they don't, they understand that this is not just my normal driving. I drive so many miles a year, and that's what my insurance understands that, you know. Here I am, I'm driving, you know, some serious extra miles performing zoning inspections.
And is it possible for the solicitor to explain how it'll work when it comes to if the claim is granted and how that'll affect the possibility of pursuing for insurance?
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. DiPetrillo, the question that we're trying to draw out here is if the committee were to move forward with approving the $300 claim, you understand that that would be the end of this discussion, but also that you would not also seek compensation elsewhere from your insurance, for example. So that's what's checked in your packet, and then he's just wanting to make sure that you understand that in moving forward in the $300 amount, that is the end of this process if this committee and council were to approve such.
Well, do I have a choice in the matter? Not.
Well, to that end is if you would rather pursue those other options, the committee, their option would be to either deny the claim so that you could move forward with your insurer, subject to whatever deductible and everything else you have. But that it doesn't, you can't do both, essentially.
Question? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lattiser.
Thank you. Mr. DiPetrillo, do you know what your deductible is on your auto insurance?
I believe it's 1,000.
1,000. That answers that question. Do you have comprehensive?
I have everything. I'm fully insured.
Not positive, but oftentimes if you have comprehensive, which is an add-on to your insurance, sometimes the deductible is less than, say, collision or uninsured motorists, and sometimes it's not. But if you have a $1,000 deductible, then I think that's a moot point.
If, you know, I would go with the committee with the 300.
Okay, any questions from the public? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All set? Thank you.
Council President, do you want us to continue with the last two? Okay. Yep, thank you. The next is PCR 79-22, Chelsea Mello. Is there anyone to speak on that? There she is.
Okay. Okay.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Chelsea Mello.
And what would you, the claim was given to us with a recommendation to not approve, the reason being the paperwork was not submitted in a required timeframe, nor was there any notification given to the city.
I did give permission to the city. I wasn't, well, what happened was when I hit the pothole, I never called the police because I was told not to call the police. So I called the Warwick Public Works and they told me to go to the financial section.
Is there any information that's not on your claim form in the report that you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, yep. Any questions from the committee? Councilman Ritz.
To confirm, the date of the incident was April 4th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
Did you contact the city at any time before filling out and submitting the claim form on April 13th, 2022?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Did you call anyone at the city between April 4th
Oh,
and April
yes.
13th?
Yes, they told me that I had this here. I was supposed to have like a session here, but it got pushed back. So they kept, when I kept calling, they said that finally I had to be here today. That's why.
But
No.
specifically, I imagine that all happened after you submitted the form. Did you call the city, initially tell them about the pothole?
Yes.
Before April 13th when you submitted the form?
No, it happened on April 4th. So on the same day it happened, maybe 20 minutes after, I called.
Okay. And it says that you were turning onto Sandy Lane near Mickey Stevens. Was the pothole on Sandy Lane itself, or was it on one of the side streets?
To be completely honest, I'm not from this area. I'm from Green, so I was kind of just going down that way because I was doing laundry. So I don't know exactly where, but right when you pull onto Sandy Lane where there used to be Citizens Bank, it's right before the Warwick Public Library. It was right over there. And then you guys were doing road work over there.
Okay, so it wasn't on the freshly repaved road, it was an older pothole?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so, let's see. So older pothole, not on the freshly repaved Sandy Lane, but right by where it
Correct.
was repaved, but still on the older part of the road?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've heard what would be sufficient for me. I see that the lowest of the three estimates is $138.79. So that's all the questions that I have for now. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. I would point out that Director Earls has stated in his position paper one of the reasons why, if not the primary reason why he was denying the claim, is because Sandy Lane was paved in November 2021. This incident allegedly happened on April 4th, 2022. I don't know how you can discount that. And I see where, and I'm no crime scene investigator by any sense, but it's interesting how you're just turning from one street onto the next, and the front tire escapes the pothole, and the back tire, when you're just turning onto a road going maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles an hour, falls in the pothole. I don't know. But to me, I think it's important that we consider Director Earl's comments here that Sandy Lane was paved in November 2021 and there are no potholes present. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Any other comments from the public? So do we have a motion?
Based on the claimant's testimony, the fact that she came here this evening, and from my line of questions where we were able to get the information that it was a matter of turning onto Sandy Lane and that the pothole was on the old portion of the road. While I think that Councilman Lattiser brings up some good points, I do think that it's quite possible where the front tire may go right over the pothole or may go over slightly differently. The back tire, for whatever reason, hits it at that slightly wrong angle or the like and gets a flat tire. Based on all of those reasons, I would move to approve in the amount of $138.79.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
The last claim tonight is PCR 80-22. Mr. Boyasian. Claimant has offered no supporting documents, photos such as police report, etc. Sir, would you like, could you identify yourself first, please?
Yeah, James Boyasian. Lived in Warwick my entire life, and I've never seen the amount of potholes until this last winter. They're unbelievable.
And sir, again, just refresh my memory of the paperwork. This took place on Industrial Road?
Well, first of all, where I believe it happened, and I had called it in that day. I've called in several times to the Department of Public Works. I called in front of the Greenwood Credit Union. I called at the end of where I live, Strawberry Field Road. And then if you take the left on Industrial Drive, I counted 14 holes. And I asked them when I met at the Finance Committee why they weren't fixing them. They said they can't till the weather breaks up. But I said, all I'm doing is, I live there. I got to go left if I'm going to go over the Greenwood Bridge. And I said, I keep banging these things. And I said, for God's sakes, now my car was out of line and it was making a rattle, not a rattling, but a shimmering. So I called the Department of Public Works. They told me to go to Finance Committee in this building. I met with a Margaret White, and she told me to go out and get 3 estimates, which I did, 3 estimates. Then I brought them back the next day. She wasn't here, wasn't in the building. So I guess her assistant or another woman from finance come in. And I said, what do we do from here? She said, well, right now, it's not going to happen till April or May before we get into it. And she said, we can't even fix the holes right now. They put coal patch in later on after I called. And I said, okay, anything else? She said, no, we'll give you a call. I said, okay, thank you. Now they denied it because I didn't call the police department. Now I called the Department of Public Works. And it also says I didn't take pictures. I mean, it was snow. It was February. There was snow. There was ice. You couldn't see the holes. It was ice, snow. I forget what it was now. It's back in February. I'm 87, so I can't go back that far with
We
for sure.
appreciate your effort.
But I did everything possible, except when I got denied, the last time this come up, nobody called. I swear to God, nobody called, and they never told me, go to the police department or go pictures or nothing. They never said nothing, all right? So now they want to deny it on the premise that I didn't call the police department. I don't know why you'd call them, and they didn't tell me to anyway. All they said was, you'll go here, back in April or May. Now, the one problem is, I asked them, I had 3 estimates. And one of them, they were all within maybe $10 or $15, $20. The only thing is, I said, which one do I go to? I said, I bought the car at Belize. So she said, no, you could go there. So they were like $10 more than somebody else. So I get to Belize, tell me an hour and a half wait. Okay, 3.5 hours later, they come out and he says, you're a tie rod. I really don't know what a tie rod is, but I imagine it's with the tire. So they said the tie rod has to be replaced. I said, I've been here 3.5 hours. Okay, come back tomorrow. They lined it up, right? The next day I go there and I paid them. Now the next day I go there and they come up with another alignment. I said, you did it yesterday. He said, when we do the tie rod, you have to align it. I thought I was getting shaken down, to be honest with you. They do, how the hell do you get, excuse the language, how the hell do you get alignment on one day and you need it the next day too? But I hit the hole And I've reported them all the time, and they tell you come to finance. And they don't, at finance, tell you anything.
Let me see if any of my colleagues have questions for you, sir.
Certainly.
Any questions from the committee?
Mr.
Councilman Rick. Okay.
I'll defer to Councilman Howe.
Anyway, any questions from the council?
Actually, thank you. I thank you, Councilman Ricks. I wanted to speak up as it's Mr. Boyajian is an upstanding citizen of Warwick for many years, someone who lives in my ward, and called me immediately upon the claim being denied. I can confirm, and I want to advocate for Mr. Boyajian and say that I understand and I know exactly where the hole is he was speaking of. The pothole was there. Strawberry Field had quite a pothole that was filled, that was actually called in by a couple after Mr. Boyajian put in his claim.
Are they shooting?
No.
I'll leave right now.
Well, they missed. So I would say just Mr. Boyajian, and I'm speaking as his elected representative, but also as someone going to defend, not that I have to do this to my colleagues, but speak for Mr. Boyajian, that he's 87-year-old citizen of the city of Warwick. He did his absolute diligence to go to get the estimates at the places. He went to the first two places understanding he was looking for a tire issue. When he took it, as he said, to police, took 3 hours out of his day where they came back with a larger, so he put in that. I do ask that the committee respectfully listen to what Mr. Boyajian said about the circumstances of his vehicle, the years, I don't want to ruin it, years of as a resident in the city of Warwick.
Over 3 years in the Army.
And over 3 years in the Army. How many years have you lived in your residence as of right now?
61 years.
61 years. 61 years as a resident of the city of Warwick, and as you saw, has never had to come in here. I think we also noticed that some people went out of their way to shake his hand when he came in. I just ask that the committee consider the upstanding nature of Mr. Boyajian, also the challenges in the middle of winter that he overcame to come before this board, and the patience he has shown to come back to advocate for himself. And I welcome if there's anything I missed, but I welcome any questions further if the committee so desires. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
More of a brief comment, especially based on Councilman Howe vouching for Mr. Boyajian, and based on his own testimony here this evening, I do find Mr. Boyajian credible. In fact, similar to the last one, I think I'm familiar with both of those potholes, just that being one of the routes I take from my office to the bank. So based on all of that, and the lowest estimate of those three being $101.03, I would move to approve in the amount of $101.03.
Second.
I don't really think that's fair to go to the lowest one. I'll tell you the truth, because I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm, as the chair, going to make the motion. I make a motion to award the claim in the amount of $300 based on the testimony of Mr. Boyajian, based on him coming here tonight to advocate for himself, and out of deference to my fellow councilman, Mr. Howe, who vouches for him. So I'm looking for a second for my motion to award in the amount of $300. Wait, Councilman Walsh.
Withdrawn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. So now we have a motion for the maximum amount that we're allowed to award, which is the $300. I have a second from Councilman McElroy. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That concludes the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We adjourn at 7:17.
Thank you very much, Chairman Foley. We'd like to call the Public Properties Committee they have just a couple items that they just need to move to the full city council.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 7:18 p.m. First up, we have the acceptance of the minutes dated June 20, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Two items on the docket. First item, PCO 15-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Skydra Development petitioner. Councilman Howe, do we have a favorable recommendation?
Move favorable action. For public hearing, I apologize.
I move favorable. For public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
And second, we have PCO 1622, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, 1119 Division 1119 Division Site, LLC petitioner. Councilman Gebhardt, do we have a request for favorable action and request to open public hearing?
I would move favorable to open the public hearing.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. The committee adjourns at 7:20 p.m.
Thank you, Chairman Ricks. We are just waiting for the stenographer for the public hearing, so I believe we have someone that is here for the appointments. So if we want to call the appointments committee, we have a resident that's here for that.
Okay, the appointments committee comes to order at 7:21. First up is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on April 4th, 2022. You moved, how? Favorable? Yeah.
You said accept.
Yes, okay, great. Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. We have one item for the committee. Appointment to the Historic District Commission, George Schuster, Jr. of 15 Riverview Avenue, Ward 5. I see Mr. Schuster is here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Schuster. Well, while you're at the mic, so the Historic District Commission Would you care to just say a little bit about what your interest is in that commission and what you'd hope to accomplish?
Sure. For members of the council who don't know me, I was born and raised in Warwick, have lived here most of my life, excepting college, law school, and a few years after law school. Upon returning to Warwick as an adult, I purchased what's known as the Caleb Gorton House on Greenwich Avenue, which was at that time a two-family house that had not been respected for its heritage, but actually had been built in 1770. And my wife and I restored that home to its present condition, much closer to what it used to look like. And then after that, we moved to a house much newer in the Riverview neighborhood that was built in 1860, and we've restored that house as well. I've also served on the Apponaug Area Improvement Association and focused on saving the mill buildings back at a time when the Rotaries project was in its infancy, and have otherwise kept track of historic issues in the city, and I'm very attuned to them and interested in serving on the commission for that reason.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any questions of members of the committee? Councilman Rex?
Thank you for your service, working to improve the community.
Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Schuster, for volunteering to serve. Obviously, Mr. Schuster lives in Ward 5. I've known George for over 10 years. In addition to being a practicing attorney, Mr. Schuster is also very talented with hands-on carpentry, plumbing, electrical, etc. He is extremely focused on aesthetical details, particularly on some of the older properties that he's mentioned, and I think probably several others that he has renovated over the years. I think with George's visions and his views for the city and his respect for the historical value of properties that exist here in the city of Warwick and his dedication to those and his open-mindedness to issues, I certainly feel that Mr. Schuster would be an excellent asset to the Historical Commission, as well as an excellent asset to the city of Warwick, and I would respectfully request your support in his nomination for this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I also would like to be noted as a supporter of George Schuster. I've seen some of the work he's done, very talented, and he's very dedicated to the historical division. So, I mean, he'll be an asset for the city of Warwick, and we look forward to working with him.
Thank you.
Any other members of the council wish to make comment? Any members of the public have anything to add? Questions? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Welcome to the Historic District Commission.
Thank you very much.
That is all we have for the Appointments Committee. Appointments Committee adjourns at 7:26 p.m.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gephardt. At this time, we're going to pause committees. We're just going to get set, and then we're going to call the full city council meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. I call the July 18th, 2022 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call on our Colonel and Police Chief, Colonel Connor, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Colonel. Would you like to ask my colleagues on the council, would like to move a few things around on the agenda this evening. First up, I would like to move general communications and do that right now and put that in front of executive session. Is there any objections to doing general communications at this time? Hearing none, are there any general communications, announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events city council members would like to speak on today? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to executive communications, and there are no executive communications on this at this time. I would also like to indulge my colleagues in the council if we could move to public comment, Rule 41 at this time. Is there any objections to doing Rule 41 at this time? Okay, we will now take, hearing no objections, we will now move to Rule 41, public comment. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council public hearing meeting, there should be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick city government issues subject to the following situations. A, the total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. B, the topics for comment shall be issues directly facing city government. C, city council members will not respond to questions during public comment period. And D, public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. Sergeant of the Arms, do we have anyone at this time signed up? Okay, is there anyone, members of the public, that would like to speak at this time on public comment? Any members of the public like to speak at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Hearing none, I would also like to move two more items up on the agenda this evening. This one will take will need a vote. I would like to move the unanimous consent item, PCR 84-22, a resolution authorizing the Warwick Police Department to collaborate with non-adjacent Rhode Island municipalities and higher education institutions, police departments through a proposed statewide mutual aid agreement. First, two questions. First, is there any objections to moving that item up at this time? Okay, there's no objections. Now, we now need to take a vote, and we'll do a roll call vote on this to hear this item under unanimous consent, or we'll do a roll call vote to hear this item under unanimous consent at this time. So a yes vote is to hear this item at this time. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes.
Thank you. It has been unanimous consent. We can now hear PCR 84-22. Colonel, are you presenting?
Thank you, Mr. President. Prior to July of 2021, Rhode Island General Law 4542-2 allowed police departments to engage in mutual aid agreements for non-emergency mutual aid for only those cities and towns that bordered our city. After a legislative change, Rhode Island General Law 4542-2 now allows us to engage in non-emergency mutual aids with any other city and town in the state, provided that this body issue a resolution allowing us to do that. Once, if this passes, myself and the other chiefs of police in the states, in the cities and towns, will sign a one document, one mutual aid agreement that would allow us to then work with other cities and towns, regardless of whether or not they would join us.
Thank you very much, Colonel. So basically, this is just, we'll take the help wherever we can get, and let's work together and support not just Warwick, but the citizens of Rhode Island.
That's correct.
Thank you, Colonel. Are there any questions for the Colonel at this time? Any questions from the Colonel at this time? Okay, Councilman Howe, do you have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Second by Councilman Foley as well. Any questions, additional questions? And as this was under unanimous consent, I will ask, is there any members of the public that would like to speak on this? Any members of the public? Okay, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Colonel, I just want to emphasize in the document here, PCR 8422, that an important piece of this is with regards to the higher education institutions and schools in general, correct?
Yes, it does include them as well, yes.
Which we all know is very much needed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you, Colonel. I would also like to make a request from members of the council to move up to a public hearing, number 1 on our agenda, which would be PCO 15-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick. Are there any objections at this time to moving that item to here now? Okay, hearing now, we will now move to hear PCO 15-22. Committee report, land use. I think that's Councilman Ricks.
Recommend open public hearing.
Okay, the clerk recommends public hearing for action. Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
For a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. Okay, we are now at open a public hearing. Thank you. Is there anyone this evening here to speak on PCO 15-22?
Sergeant can help you. Evening, there we go, thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, honorable members of Warwick City Council. For the record, Attorney K. Joseph Shikachi. I have both public hearings. Can you tell me the applicant's name? I don't have a copy of the agenda with me this evening. Is it Post Road or Division Street?
It's Skydra.
Post Road, thank you. So I'm going to just give me 1 minute and have my team come up, sit in the front row and put the easels up and all the documents. And I can go through a little bit of a history of this and give a project narrative to the council. With me tonight are the principals, Robert Schiavo and his team, Dupree Engineering, and we have a traffic expert here as well. The short version is, this is how we do it in Rhode Island. What the property used to be the old Park, Ride, and Fly that was acquired by the airport approximately 10 years ago when the airport was consolidating all off-site parking. It was purchased by the airport, remains off the city's tax rolls for numerous years. My client is under contract with the Airport Corporation to purchase the property and convert it into 200 units of housing. The property has received a positive recommendation from planning and a unanimous approval from the Warwick Planning Board. At the Planning Board hearing for master plan approval and the recommendation to this honorable body, there was no objection. I have the team that can answer any and all questions. This property, the zone change is an extension of the zoning next door that would meet its natural geographic boundaries. It is consistent with the City of Warwick's comprehensive use plan, and over a period of years, this property is generating zero income, will ramp up to full scale of assessments to the City of Warwick. This is much needed housing in our city. As we all know, the housing market is overheated, and as I like to say, we need affordable housing, we need workforce housing, and we need market rate housing. This is a great opportunity to bring residents into our city, which has a declining population due to airport expansion and several other factors. This would fit very nicely. It's very close to the train station, public transportation, as well as the airport, and the hopefully the soon-to-be full-service rail line, but right now we're limited to T service. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I have some drawings up. I have some renderings up. Mr. Scavo's here, can go into detail. I know the planning director's here. I'm not planning on bringing anybody up to make a presentation, but they're all here to answer any and all questions. The recommendation from the planning, we've reviewed it, and the stipulations, we would have no problem if the council wanted to incorporate those stipulations into your decision for any kind of an approval. This is a good reuse of a parking lot. That you'll have landscaping, you'll have wonderful amenities as well.
Thank you very much. And as you mentioned that you've had multiple meetings on this, invited the members of the public to weigh in on this, and you've noted no objections.
None whatsoever.
Okay, from members. And I'm also having a housing advocate as you are, and this is an exciting plan. This is, like you said, we need affordable housing. We need, market-based housing. We need more housing, and this is a great step, and it's a great use of what's there right now. As you said, it's
that for the last 10 years has generated zero tax dollars to the City of Warwick.
Councilman Howe, is this your ward? Councilman Howe.
It is, Mr. President. Thank you. And to my colleagues, I just want to reiterate what Speaker Sakarchi said. This is right now, currently, a plot of land that was a parking lot of tax exempt because it belongs to the airport. Therefore, it's one of those properties that now the city gets to, if you will, through a tax base, reclaim and develop some revenue. Not only that, bringing residents in, and thus the irony is feeding the restaurants and all the businesses in that zone, where it also has easy on-off access to the points of Post Road, the airport connector, easy access to 195, as well as Speaker Sakarchi said, our wonderful airport mover. So like the trains, the connector, the entire city center, if you will, but easy access from Post Road to all points Warwick. So this is an exciting part because finally, once again, we're seeing yet another big, vast, empty lot in the city of Warwick getting filled. And I would like to thank the speaker's team as well as the planning department on putting forward such a solid effort, and also getting a lot of rewards that the developers are willing to add in for the city of Warwick and our Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Councilman Howe.
Just to reiterate a point, I don't know if I said in my original presentation, this parcel of land abuts the airport connector. So you literally, the parking lot is feet away from the airport connector. Makes it very easy access on and off 95.
Excellent. Any other questions for members of the council? Councilman Latta, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I also support this project. I think it's certainly well needed. And I also want to give kudos to Councilman Howe, because I know he has done his diligence in regards to this project, including the contractors, et cetera, who will be working on this project. As you all know, I'm obviously a very strong proponent of housing. And a project like this is going to have a significant impact to the city because we have no inventory. And when you have no inventory, the prices of the houses just continue to climb and climb and climb. And we're becoming, it's becoming difficult for folks to be able to afford to move into the city. There's the rippling effect to this project. When you're putting up these amount of units, the list of benefit to the economy, to the industry, to the city is endless. It's not just about 200 families moving into the community. It's about the impact and the rippling effect that such a large project has on the entire base of our city. And I think it's a great project, and I certainly will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Latta, sir. Any other questions? Councilman Rex.
Very exciting development. It's a smart development. I wouldn't support a four-story tall building just anywhere in the city, but this is the place for it. I think that, especially after hearing from Councilman Howe and knowing his involvement in this, and knowing how the planning department, our planning board, and really everyone involved in this project has been able to support it with this list of the 16 conditions, waivers, and stipulations that are already built into this ordinance to make sure that everything is being done by the book. And with the presentation of Attorney Shikarchi, we've always, when Attorney Shikarchi comes before us, expected everything to be very thorough, and he always lives up to those expectations. So I think that we've covered a lot of great points here, that this is much needed development. It's going to provide housing for a couple hundred people or families, and this is the right place for exactly this kind of development.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions from members of the council? Okay, it's this public hearing. Is there anyone here from members of the public that would like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of public that would like to speak in favor of this project? Okay, hearing none. Is there any members of the public that would like to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here that would like to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here that would like to speak against this project? And are there any members of the public that would just like to comment on the project at all? Any comments at all from members of the public? Okay. Councilman Howe, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing?
One point, if you don't mind, just wanted to protect the record, just to make sure that an acknowledgement from the president or the clerk, that you have the formal report from the planning department and all the accompanying reports. You can just acknowledge it by reference, and I'd be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll acknowledge that, correct, for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis, and Councilman Lattiser. Okay, we are back to, oh, we're going to do a voice vote to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Are there any questions or comments members of the council would like to make at this time? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Howe, do you have a motion?
Respectfully move favorable action.
Councilman Howe moves favorable action, second by Councilman Foley, second by Councilwoman Travis, second by Councilman Lattiser. Any additional questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And while they are taking it down, I'm going to ask my colleagues on the council, is there any objections to moving to hear right now number 2 on the agenda this evening, which is another public hearing, PCO 16-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick for 1119 Division Street. Any objection to hearing that at this time? Okay, then we will now move that up at this time. So PCO 16-22, committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
For action, Councilman Gephardt.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Foley and Councilman Howe. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we will now hear PCO 16-22. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of PC 16-22?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members of the Warwick City Council, for the record, Attorney K. Joseph Shikachi, representing the applicant this evening. Before you tonight is a request for a zone change with waivers due to the uniqueness of this property, and I'd like to give a brief outline. I have the principals from TPG Group who are here tonight, Nick Jacoby, as well as Jared, who works with them, and then I have a project engineer with me, Mr. Joey Fonseca, as well, to answer any questions. This is a part of a larger development, but it's only a small part of it's coming before the council for the Neon gas station change. If you know the Neon that we have on the corner of Airport Road and Post Road, it's one of the best gas stations in the city. It's very well done. It's put together. It has electric charging stations. It has first-class food being served there. It's really become more than just a gas station. So that they are purchasing the 1149 property, which they already purchased, I should say, and they are developing another gas station there. That property has received all of its approvals from the planning board as well. They're going through that process. The property tonight is the car wash next to it, which requires a change of zone with waivers so they can meet the requirements. This unique parcel of land, so the gas station would be technically separate from the car wash and gas station, separate parcels, but they would use common easements and they would share opportunities to go there. I can put Mr. Fonseca on to answer any questions you have. Like the previous project, at the last planning board approval, we received master plan approval and a favorable recommendation. There was no objection. We received a favorable recommendation from the planning department and a unanimous vote in support from the planning board as well. Be happy to answer any questions. This is a car wash that would be part of the Neon gas station operation. It would be abutting it, and there would be some common access points as well.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Councilman Gephardt, this is your ward. Do you have any comments?
Just for frame of reference, is this the property, the gas station is that where there was that dilapidated house
No, the gas station will be where the restaurant is. The dilapidated house will be the car wash.
The car wash. Okay, got it. I didn't see it in the planning board's document or any of the comments from the other departments, but are there any wetland concerns on that side of the highway?
No, we've had them flagged, addressed it. It's not even close.
Okay.
We abut the town of but DOT property in the town of East Greenwich.
Got it. Yeah, no, and then just the timeline. I'm not sure what the timeline is on finishing the big bridge project construction over there, but do you see this probably progressing after that, depending on the timing?
They will move as quickly as the approvals will allow, but I don't know when the DOT is scheduled. We don't impact with them, so we're going to work independently of them. But hopefully they'll come to, both projects will come, the private one and the DOT one will come to conclusion soon. That would be the goal.
Great, thank you. And then just to repeat, so this approval tonight is just the special use permit for the car wash?
With the restrictions, or in this particular case, the exemptions, as I call them.
Okay. Great, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you again for your presentation. I think that, especially from Councilman Gebhardt's questions, and I know that, Councilman Gebhardt, very involved in his ward, has been keeping track of this, and there's always that good communication. I think that this is just another example of, a smart development, getting this back, not on the tax rolls because it's never left the tax rolls, but putting it back to a productive use. And I think that everything here process was done the right way with the planning department, planning board. Oftentimes, it's not a great thing when you don't see members of the public not coming and participating. But oftentimes, when it comes to these particular situations where it's a matter of zoning, all of these notices go out and then nobody attends because they don't have any issue with it. That's actually a positive thing. So I want to just say thank you for keeping this all on close track, because I can imagine how many different concerns might come up along the way that have to be addressed to get it to this point that makes it look simple. But we all know that it's anything but simple to have a development and be able to get it to this point while satisfying so many different people.
Any other questions from members of the council at this time? Okay, are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor? Any members of the public here to speak in favor? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Any members of the public here to speak against this project? Any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak on this project at all? Any members of like to speak on this project at all? Okay, hearing none. I'm looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. Councilman Howe. All those in favor of closing public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Are there any comments from members of the council at this time? Additional questions or comments? Hearing none. Councilman Gebhardt, do you have a motion?
I move favorable action.
Moved. Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Howe. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCO 16-22.
Mr. McAllister?
Here, yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for the
very much.
scheduling and accommodation too. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing any objections from members of the council, I would think we should go back to the top of the agenda, which would move us into executive session. Okay, Councilman Gephardt.
I move that the Warwick City Council go into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A2 to discuss pending and potential litigation relative to the Warwick firefighters.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Foley. All in favor?
Aye.
Are we going to do a roll call on that one? So the clerk will call the roll for, to move into executive session.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to move to executive session.
Thank you. So for members of the public, we are now moving into executive session. So we are going to go downstairs and have our meeting for executive session. Once we come back from the executive session, we will reconvene the full city council meeting. And we do have to go back into the finance committee meeting and the ordinance committee. So there will be some action from the council when we return to finish the finance docket and the ordinance docket. Thank you. We are now back in open session. The Warwick City Council convened an executive session pursuant to RI General Laws 42-46-5A2 to discuss pending/potential litigation regarding the Warwick firefighters. There were 2 votes taken, one of which was approval of reconvening into open session. I would now ask for a motion to seal the executive session minutes. Councilman Lattiser. Second by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Foley. We're going to do a roll call. The clerk will call the roll to seal the executive session minutes.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to seal the minutes.
Thank you. So ordered. The executive session minutes of the Warwick City Council of July 18th shall be sealed. At this time, I ask that we move back into the Finance Committee meeting, and I would like to thank the members of the administration who have stayed here, and you could tell the mayor I said you can come in real late tomorrow morning. So, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. The time is 9:11, and Warwick Finance Committee is reconvening. The next item we will be discussing, per request of Councilman Gebhardt, is bid 2023-442 traffic light repairs. That's found on page 160. Councilman Gebhardt.
Just a very quick, hopefully, question, and I don't know if this is Christy or Pat, but the question really is just, you describe in the memo process step that didn't go right, and my question is just, how does it not happen again?
I'm not really sure how it happened in the first place. The information is disseminated to those that need it, and for whatever reason, it was, I don't know if it was just, they were still in the mode of old bid, that this vendor, but it has been not an issue since then, so.
Got it. In terms of the employee who made the mistake, was any action taken or a little note in their file or anything like that?
I don't handle personnel matters.
Okay. We can follow up on personnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from the committee? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Christie, this repair order, this was completed in December 2021. How is it that it's just coming to us now?
I just received the bills at the end of June.
So, somebody inadvertently called this A&M Electric to have work done. Isn't there a trail or records of some sort that so-and-so called to have this particular repair done at this building for this type of work? Or does someone just at will have the authority to call A&A or A&M to do this work?
So we have a bid in place for traffic light repairs, pole lights and that sort of thing. It runs from October 24th of every year to expires on October 24th of every year. So it begins on October 25th of. So this year we have a different vendor and the bid will expire on October 24th, 2022. The time that this vendor was called, we had only been a couple months into the new bid, and I can't speak to why the wrong vendor was called. I was informed about it after the fact. I chased this vendor for months for all the bills that we had that were outstanding, and they finally came through, and we cleared up everything except for this one particular bill because it was outside of the perimeters of.
I mean, obviously, there's a concern with someone calling in the wrong vendor. That's an error, and that happens. But more concerning to me is that 6 months later, we get a bill that's presented to us in a new fiscal year, and 6 months went by, and there's no accountability to this. This says that all work was performed on December 14th, 21. The transaction date was 6/20. That's, I assume, when they sent the bill to you. How is it that A&M Electric went 6 months without sending the bill?
I can't speak to their accounting practices.
And so you had a bid in place. I understand that. What were the rates for the bid in place? The bid in place that you have, what were the rates of that bid compared to the rates that this company charged us?
I don't have the current bid with me, but off the top of my head, they're relatively similar. These numbers are not grossly overinflated.
But I'm concerned that their rates would be higher than what the bid award was, which means in addition to calling the wrong vendor, we possibly paid more than we should have. There's $4,164 worth of materials on this bid, and I don't see one item in here to account for what those materials are. These are the things that I keep hopping on, and I've been hopping on for a long time. This isn't the first time a bid comes to us, and Christy, don't misunderstand. I'm not pointing fingers at you because it's not just your department. This has happened a lot over the years, and the bill just came in. We didn't get the bill. We didn't know it. This occurs, I think, a little bit too frequently. But to come here now and say, okay, we're going to pay this bill of $7,100, and they're billing us for $4,164 in materials, I can assure you, if I received the bill in my company 6 months after the work was done, first of all, somebody's going to have to prove to me that they did that work in the first place. You're going to physically come down to my place, and you're going to prove to me you did the work. You're not going to just send me this bill. And equally important, you're going to have to give me a complete breakdown of all the materials that you used for $4,164. And I think what you're saying is they didn't do that. They just sent us this invoice. They didn't send us an itemized bill of the materials. Is that true?
I didn't receive it, no.
Well, I think that we should. Mr. Chairman, I have a real problem with paying these type of bills when we don't have any documentation. I mean, these things have got to be corrected. We cannot be rubber stamping invoices that are sent to us 6 months later and hitting us with a $4,100 bill, almost $4,200 bill that the taxpayers have to pay, and we can't account for it. There's no materials list. We have no idea what they did, what they used, if they used it, and what we're paying for each item. And there's no comparison between these prices that we're paying and what the numbers were in the bid that we had in place. That doesn't make sense.
Councilman, I'm looking at page, and I hear what you're saying, but I'm just I myself am a little confused. I'm looking at page 162 at the invoice.
Yes?
And at the very top, it says work description, and that's what I read. Is that what you were discussing, or you were saying you wanted it all in line item?
No, if you look down at item 1025 in that invoice.
Yes.
It says materials.
At 15%, yes.
You've got, no, that is, that's the overhead and profit on the materials. So I'm talking about the materials. They're billing us for $4,164, and we have no breakdown of what those items were. So how do you know what they put in or what they did to whatever these lights were? Did they charge us the right number for the bulbs? Did they put in bulbs? Did they put in, I don't know what the hell what they put in. And then in addition to that, we're going to approve overhead and profit on materials, we have no idea what we got billed for. We have no idea what those costs were. That's the breakdown I'm talking about. Their labor rates are pretty clear. 16 man hours at $85, 127, et cetera. That's all pretty clear. My question is, how do those rates compare to the bid that we approved? Just for point of interest to us, so we know maybe it's less than what the bid was. And if it is, I think that should be an eye-opener for us on future bids with this vendor. But if they're more, that's another concern. But to vote on paying this bill, $71.46, when we have no idea, we have no list, we have no material breakdown, for $4,160 in addition to another $624, I can't do that. That doesn't make any sense to me. So, if the committee wants to go ahead and approve that, fine. I'll request a PCR because I'll be voting no on it for those reasons.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council?
I was just going to say, given that it's not an active vendor, I have no problem holding it if we need more documentation.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the public? Comments, questions from the public? I would agree. This is, I think, Councilman Gebhardt, to his point that he originally made, and to Councilman Lattisor's, I think it's fair that we ask for, since they were the wrong company called and they did not, were not on the bid list, we do have to break down what their items were instead of just a general overview. So I would have no problem calling a PCR. Oh, there you are. Please.
8722.
Say again, please.
8722.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So for the record, bid 2023-442 is now PCR 87-22. Councilman Gebhardt.
I move to hold the only meeting in August.
Second.
We have a motion to hold to the meeting in August. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. The next item for discussion is bid 2022-441, repair diesel fuel fill. This is requested by Councilman Lattiser and is found on page 163. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Christie, on the position paper from your department, it says the Department of Public Works is requesting an exception to notice for repairs to the diesel tank fuel fill. At the time of the incident, what was the incident?
The fuel fill had been dug up because it had to be adjusted. It was in a low point, and when it rained, we couldn't, not that we couldn't, we could get fuel, but it had to be pumped out prior to opening the fuel fill, so the water didn't go in the tank. So that was all raised up to where it should be, and it had to be cemented. Unfortunately, prior to us getting it cemented, somebody drove over it and basically dismantled the entire top of the fuel fill. We had to have the tank tested for integrity. So it was kind of a big deal.
Was that, whatever the vehicle was that drove over it, did that occur while this company was working on it?
No.
So this was left open that someone could drive over? There were no cones or no barriers or anything put up so nobody drove over it?
I know that it was blocked off to some degree. I don't know how much, and I don't know why someone would have driven over it. It was obviously open, but unfortunately it did happen, and we can't identify whose vehicle it was, so.
Okay, can understand that. But Chairman, I've got the same issue with this bid with this item as well. So we've got a bill here in front of us with a a labor rate. It doesn't have a rate, actually. It's got labor, 1, and it's got a bill for $646.75. On the next page, it's got a labor amount of 1, and the amount is $3,750. You've got $4,000 worth of labor charges here that we don't have any documentation for. There's no designation of how many hours were spent or certification of hours that were spent, and there is no dollar amount per hour of what we're being charged for. That's wrong. There's no way I'm going to vote for this either. You can't send us a bill for these type of things and not have accountability. The vendors need to expect to be held accountable by this city when we're going to pay a bill. And to send me a bill, it would be like if I sent you a bill for $700 and say, hey, listen, you know what? I'm a good guy. Just pay the $700. You're not going to pay it. That's wrong. We need to have an accounting of how many hours and what's the hourly rate. Christie, is this on a bid as well?
No.
So how do these numbers come into play? They just charge us what they want?
In part, there's a portion of it that for labor, which it was excavation that the trust does not cover. That was $1,750. So we will be paying that out of our operating budget from last year, and the balance of it will be reimbursed by the trust.
So we don't know, A, we have no idea how many hours they spent fixing this. B, we have no hourly rate. I can tell you one thing. Take your vehicle someday to a body shop for an insurance claim and see if the insurance company is going to pay without an itemized breakdown. They're going to want to know every last screw, nut, and bolt that's used. They're going to want to know every single minute that you took for painting, how many brushes you used, shop towels, etc. This is not good business. We need to have an accounting of how many hours. Somebody has got to say, yep, okay, they did. They put 5 hours into this. Pay the bill. Nobody can say that because we don't have an invoice, so we have no idea what we're being charged for. And there's nobody here to say, yep, they put in that time. They deserve to get paid.
Well, it's definitely, you're absolutely right. It's definitely baffling with a 1 hour and then it's 3,700. I was, so as I looked at it, their billing system is confusing. It took me a few looks to understand it, especially because I thought it was a continuance. So that's a good point. I see it now. So I have no problem PCR in this because, yeah, I think that's another valid point. So, but, so we'll finish discussion. And it'll be the intent of this committee to request a PCR on 2022-441. Are there any other comments from members of the council? Are there any other comments? Oh, I'm sorry, from this committee. Comments from this committee. Comments from the council? And comments from the public. So I'm assuming that the next one will be PCR 88-22. Correct? Thank you. May I have a motion? I have a motion to hold. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion to hold will be until August meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay. The next item is bid 2022-431, emergency repairs to RS 71. That's found on page 167 and is requested by Councilman Lattisaw.
Chairman, in addition to a few other things on here that I'm questioning, we've got the same issue. You've got a labor bill here of $1,424 on one item. You have a labor bill of $3,653 on another item, and there's no breakdown. And on top of that, we have things in here that concern me. It says once the original repair was completed, there were further issues that required addressing to return this truck to service. And if you recall, several months ago, we had a lengthy discussion, at least amongst ourselves, at a council meeting about how these repairs are done, when they're documented, who's tracking them, et cetera, et cetera. Matter of fact, we had a gentleman do a very brief presentation to us about a proposed plan that he had for doing these. So here's what we got. Task 1 says def light on. You read down further, and this goes to how often are we doing these inspections? Who's doing these inspections? What inspections are being done? What is the preventive maintenance that's being done on these vehicles? So this goes to talk about, first of all, they couldn't start the truck because the batteries were dead. Then it goes on to speak about they unplugged the pump and placed the cab in, et cetera, et cetera. Continue with replacing YF center at the fuel water separator. First start withdrawing fuel before removing the fuel separator tank. Tank was over tightened. Also noticed plug is broken and fuel filter is dirty. Will be replacing with new. Then you get down a little bit further, and it just speaks about some difficulty, which is no fault of anyone on our end, speaks to difficulty about accessing some of these things. But when I look at these items from this vendor, these are things that should be picked up in a regular maintenance inspection. You should know that your fluid, your coolant is low. We shouldn't have to read that in a report that talks about this item right here. Now is low coolant light on, blah, 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 topped off coolant and got the coolant level to go away. So the coolant was low. That's why the light was on. The coolant was low. And if the light comes on, that means, hey, guess what? You're in danger of cooking over because you're low on fluid. Those are things that are discovered in preventive maintenance. And that's where, some of these concerns come into. Further down, it said, notice there was a previous repair made, had to fix that and verify circuits were connected properly, open to the TS in the first step, blah, 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 to check circuit response. Further down, and notice cable ends are corroded, will need more time to access relay because it is not accessible. This all goes to maintenance. So, you know what, maybe we should rethink some things. But for right now, I will not be able to support this because we don't have any idea what we're being billed for. When I bring a vehicle into, I'll just say a repair shop, I get an itemized list of the parts they use, the shop towels, the cleaner, and how many hours of labor that they have at X dollars and cents. And if I don't get that, I'm not paying the bill. And we all work for the taxpayers. And I'm not going to vote to pay this bill unless we get that documentation on how much the labor charge is going forward. And this is 3 issues so far this evening that we have the same thing. I mean, these things, by now, they should just be natural that, you know what, somebody's going to raise a ruckus about this. We need to know what those are.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gebhardt.
I'll just say briefly, on this one, I mean, I went along with several of these in holding them to make sure we got information. This one has pretty extensive description of the work performed, albeit not, the minutes associated with each task, but they did go to great lengths to describe what they did, and the points about preventative maintenance, while valid, don't really have anything to do with this bill. So I would move favorable, even if we're gonna assign a PCR first.
Okay, the next thing I would, Christie, is this the Pete store, Peterbilt? Is this a company that put in the bid for jobs? Or is this on our bid list? Is this an approved company that we?
We purchase parts from them.
Yep.
When we make repairs. We don't have a specific bid for our highway department related to vehicle repairs. But on occasion, we do have to send something out.
No,
I will say that related to the labor, a lot of dealerships will say, okay, we have to replace the DEF pump. This is how many hours it takes. This is the lump sum of, that's how they do their pricing. So I know it looks like a lump sum of labor, but they break each job out with their labor costs. So each job, each, repair is assigned a dollar amount as far as labor, and then the parts are the parts.
So this vehicle, this 2016 Peterbilt, it was this repair shop in Johnson was chosen because it's a Peterbilt. They specialize in Peterbilt.
Yes.
Are they a sole source of Peterbilt?
Yes. They own, there's other locations, but they own all of them, and they own the only one in Rhode Island.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your last statement.
They own the only one in Rhode Island.
Oh, I see. So that this goes on what I asked at the very beginning. So something had to be repaired. The mechanic said it can't be addressed in shop. We have to send it out. And the decision was made to send it to this company because it's a Peterbilt vehicle. So you send it to a Peterbilt
Right.
company.
And initially, we were awarded a 56.6 by the purchasing agent for $1,818 because there was additional work when the truck was up there. And I'm sure, as you know, our garages are pretty inundated with repairs. The decision was made by the garage to let the truck was already there to have them finish what needed to be done.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions from members of this committee?
Mr. Chair?
One moment, please, Councilman. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
So everybody in this room has gone to a dealer at one point in time to have work done on their vehicles. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, you and I just had a conversation about a vehicle you brought in.
Yeah.
And your bill was pretty hefty. And I don't believe that you would have walked out of there paying a $2,000 labor bill if you didn't have some breakdown. I know I wouldn't. This is just not good business to go ahead and pay these type of items unless we know what we're paying for. Show me the invoice, X hours at whatever, $90, $100, whatever their rate is fine. Just to send us a bill and we're going to pay it without having that information, in my opinion, is wrong. And it doesn't make any business sense whatsoever. And I don't think any one of us would go anywheres, whether it be a car dealership or Stop and Shop, and pay $2,500, $3,600 if you didn't have a breakdown of what you're paying for. That type of thing has got to get corrected.
I would agree, because one of the reasons why I asked if this was a company that was actually put in the bid to repair I figured, well, then we would have it on file. I do understand what you're saying. I also agree with what Councilman Gebhardt stated, is that they put a lot of detail into what they've done and what the process they went through. So this is actually agreeing with Councilman Gebhardt, one of the most detailed invoices I've ever seen, which holds them accountable. So if anything happens in the near future, it's documented on what they've done. So thank you. I'm just going to ask, is there any other comments from members of the council? Comments from members of the public? Comments from members of the public? Is there a motion recommendation? We did not.
Then we don't need one.
Unless it's cold. Okay. Thank you.
What's the motion?
There's no motion. There was no PCR request or anything.
Oh, you got to put the PCR on?
You want a PCR on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
PCR.
So now, bid 2022-431 emergency repairs RS 71 is now PCR 8922, correct? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The next item up for discussion is bid 2022-440, replace radiator RS74, found on page 183. This was requested by Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chair. Christie, when I look through this, this is basically a brand-new vehicle. It's a 2021, right?
Right.
And the mileage is 43,444 when the vehicle was received in by Ballard. So how is it this vehicle wasn't under warranty?
It's not that the vehicle, there are components of the vehicle that are still under warranty. The radiator is not one of them.
Radiator is not under warranty. And was that disclosed? I never bought a vehicle that it didn't have a warranty on the radiator. So why was the radiator leaking? Did they determine what caused the leak in the radiator? Did they give you an answer?
I don't have an answer to that. There was an issue with the radiator. It had to be fixed. The vendor gave the city a goodwill discount of almost $1,300.
I don't dispute that it had to be fixed. I'm not impressed with $1,300 discount because it's ridiculous to me that this vehicle didn't have a 1-year warranty. 43,000 miles is nothing on a vehicle today.
These vehicles are run hours on end. This is, I believe, is one of the ones that we bought from Ohio. This truck was already in service when we received it. So the warranty, we took over the balance of whatever the warranties were on the vehicle. The radiator is not covered.
And they showed you that in the warranty, that it states the radiator is not covered?
Not specifically to the radiator, no. But there are components that are no longer under warranty. Powertrain's under warranty, transmission.
Right, so they specify transmission, it's, the drive shaft, it's the this, it's that, it's, the axles, it's the engine. But does it say the radiator is not under warranty, or is this something they said? If they can't show us something in writing that says in this warranty, it specifically has a disclaimer against the radiator, that's one thing. But if they can't, how can we sit here and accept that the radiator is not under warranty if it doesn't specifically exclude it?
For clarification, you're saying that, I'm sorry, what are you saying? You're saying that they should have stated that it wasn't under warranty?
Yeah, when you get a warranty on a vehicle, they tell you, this is what the warranty is, right? It
Right,
lists all
right.
of the different items. If there's something excluded from the warranty, it's stated in that warranty.
Right.
Tires are a different warranty than the drivetrain, right?
I understand.
The paint finish is different.
Yeah.
The radiator, that's an integral component to the cooling system of any vehicle, is the radiator. So if that was going to be excluded in the warranty, show me. Show me in that warranty where it excludes the radiator. I want to see it. If this were my truck and the factory or the dealer, the Tasker Ford, said to me, oh, Ed, the radiator is not covered. Show me in the warranty where it's not covered. That's my argument with it.
Thank you.
In addition to, so just hold that point for 1 minute. On the delivery date, I don't know if this is a typo, Christie, or if this is something different. Delivery date, it says 26 June 20. Everything else speaks to 7 June 22, including the ready date of 13 June 22. The requisition order opened on 7 June 22. Is that a typo?
No.
So does that mean we took the delivery on
No.
26 June 20?
No.
What does it mean?
That's the date that the truck went into service
Went into service with us?
prior to the city of Warwick owning it. Hence the reason there's no warranty on the radiator.
Hence the reason there's no warranty on the radiator, because it went into service in 20?
Correct. We got the balance of warranty when we, on certain components, when we purchased these vehicles. This truck went into service June 26, 2020.
Went into service in another location.
Correct.
We purchased the vehicle, it came here.
Right.
So what did it have, like a 30,000 mile warranty or something? Or certain components, I should say?
Usually components like that don't have a 5-year warranty. They probably have a 1-year warranty, which would be why we don't have, it's not covered under warranty.
Okay, so we're saying that, or they're saying, somebody's saying that this isn't under the warranty. So I'm assuming that the city has a copy of that warranty. We took possession of the vehicle. We assumed the remainder of the original warranty. I'm going to request a copy of that warranty. I'm sure we have it, because otherwise we wouldn't have let them tell us that it's out of warranty. So I'd like to have a copy of the warranty that came with this vehicle, Christie, sent to me, please. And if the rest of the council wants it, that's fine, but I'm requesting that it be sent to me.
Christie, or solicitor, I request that any communication be sent through the council president, and then he can forward it to the council members that are interested or concerned.
I'll defer to council solicitor. Does an elected official serving on the city council have a right to request a document be sent to him or her?
Oh,
in my official capacity as an elected official.
I didn't mean it like that, so I apologize. Maybe I worded it wrong, because I'm looking to see what the answer is. So I'm asking it be sent to the president so it could be distributed to you, myself, because it's in discussion. That's all. I didn't mean that you don't deserve to get it.
So Christie could certainly email it to the council president, to you and me, all in the same email.
That's
I'm
fine.
asking for it to be sent to me, and include anybody else that you'd like. It's fine.
I would just advise everyone that the Open Meetings Act, requires all information and discussion to occur in an open, transparent manner. So be cautious in any emails or other communications with multiple members of the council or committees. So a caution against any current business being communicated with outside the scope of a committee. If the committee's business and the council's business is concluded, and this is just backup information to have availability to substantiate it, that's a separate issue. Yeah. But I just use this opportunity to remind everyone of the obligations of communicating in open session and not in any other potential roving quorums that can be created because of email communications.
And I understand that, but I do not serve on a committee with the council president. I do not serve on a committee with the chairman. As a matter of fact, I do not serve on any committee. So for the three of us to get this document requested is no violation of open meetings laws.
You are citing a specific limited thing that we don't know what goes beyond or
No,
subsequent
I'm
information afterwards. So
I'm requesting a copy of the warranty. That's all. Just want a copy of the warranty. That's easy. We have it.
Okay. So are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. So what's the pleasure of the committee on PCR 8922? I know you voted on, a couple of others in committee. Are you planning on voting on this now, or are you planning to move it to the floor?
I'm going to finish asking the council for any further questions, and I'm going to go to the public, and then I'll come back.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other members of the council that would like to seek any questions on this item? Any members of the public? Members of the public? So is there a motion or a recommendation by this council? No. There was no recommendation from the committee. So, no, I'm speaking on the bid we were discussing, 2022-440. That'll be PCR 90-22. Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Bid 2023, thank you, Christie. 2023-064, mobile self-contained food concessions at various city locations on page 186. This was requested by Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks. Good evening, Director. Thank you for being with us this evening.
My pleasure.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to check with you on these food trucks and the like. So in the bid process, there were a certain number that could be eligible for any given location. And then also there were limitations on selling food products, so that if two likes were to bid, then it would go to the higher among them.
Yes. I think last year when I came before you and the bid process was a little different, I had mentioned that I wanted some time to examine this whole bid process. You know, we all grew up with an ice cream man and maybe a lemonade truck, but now with all of these food trucks, we have so many more varieties of foods to be available. So it took me a little longer than I anticipated, but I met with purchasing and we ran some ideas, we ran some different ideas and determined that we could put the bids out for up to 4 different types of food trucks or vendors at the various locations. So that's how we came up to 4 at the various locations.
Seems to be a really excellent system. I saw bids for the first time from a lot of different vendors, which is always good to see. And let's see, I guess a question for clarification. Have there been any complaints from vendors about the process or any conflicts?
Not really. I think one of the things that happened, we've been doing these food truck events at various locations, and so that they became very popular and they requested information on how do we get to be able to visit the various parks. And so I put them on the list. I sent the bids out to 26 different vendors of various types of food. And these are the ones that responded. And they've been very anxious about it. And it turned out that we were able to get a good variety of food because there's a lot of varieties out there. I thought we'd get a few more, but this is the way it came out. And I think it came out in a very reasonable manner. And I think it makes some good resources for the city.
Yeah, I think this is very exciting to see the new bidders, these new options for everybody going to Warwick's parks. And not quite as important, but still important in this whole process, it looks like the city is making even more than it did last year. So I can imagine how much work went into all of this, and it all paid off.
And a lot of these vendors also, as I said, they participate in our food truck events, and we receive a percentage of their sales in the food truck events. So there'll be even additional income besides the fact that they'll be able to visit our parks and sell their wares at the parks as well.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Last item up for discussion on the bid package is bid 2023-065, mobile self-contained food concessions at Oakland Beach. Councilman Foley, this was requested on page 189.
I'm all set. Councilman Ricks asked all the questions and made all the statements on the previous item. Good work.
I just want to make one comment. One of the reasons that you see Oakland Beach separate and the other parks separate was, as you know, some of the instances that we had last year. And so again, in my discussions with purchasing, they suggested that perhaps we separate Oakland Beach and then have all of the other sites. And that actually worked out extremely well. We were able to get four good bidders at Oakland Beach. And again, of these four bidders, they all are very charitable. All of these are very charitable bidders. They all do a lot of work in the community, giving back to the community. The hot potato truck at the end of the evening will go and donate whatever he has left to a homeless shelter. Rara's food truck also does a lot with the Tomorrow Fund and the Impossible Dream. And as you know, New England Lemonade has always been very charitable as well, and Cosmo's the same. So I think we're getting a lot more bang for our buck because they're very involved in the community and really want to contribute to Warwick.
Thank you for taking the time to say that. And I want to commend you, Director. I remember last year we had a very strong conversation, and you made us a promise that you would look into it and talk to other departments, which I heard you did with planning, and you addressed it. And now we have numerous businesses, as well as, as you said, just a positive experience, and I'm sure it's just going to get better. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much for your diligence. Any questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
That what she did such a great job, and this is just revenue that's added to the city, so that's good. Not only are they getting publicity, the people getting served, but we got revenue coming in,
Yes.
so that's good on all parks. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Comments, questions, members of the council? Hearing none. Oh, members of the public. Any comments, questions from members of the public? Okay, may I have a motion on the full consent calendar of PCR 82-22?
I move favorable action.
Second.
I have a move for favorable. Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We now do the meeting. Okay, if I may have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for June 20th, 2022.
Move acceptance of the minute.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Item number 2 is PCR 83-22. I'm sorry. I gotta hold you both down. Resolution relative to abatements. How you doing, Mr. Pui?
Very good.
Good.
So this month, we have abatements in front of you of $58,344.55. The majority of them are for exemptions. The only abatement of note is for a granted appeal, which originally involved 9 different properties. We worked with the property owner and negotiated it down to just one. And even at that, the property sold approximately $2.4 million, and they accepted a $2.9 million assessment. So,
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Members of the council. Questions from members of the public? Members of the public on the abatements. Thank you.
you're welcome.
May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 3 is PCR 76-22, formerly bid 2023-043, vehicle exhaust removal. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. This is bid 2023-043, Vehicle Exhaust Removal Systems. The department is recommending the award go to Air Cleaning Specialists of New England. This is a 2-year award for an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Thank you so much. And I got your updated information. Is there any further questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, first of all, I want to thank you and the chief for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago. I thought we had a very productive meeting. There was a lot of things that we discussed. I must compliment you and the chief on your due diligence in doing all the research regarding all of the things that we had discussed. You reached out to the vendors. You reached out to the Department of Labor. You reached out to the folks who are in charge of prevailing wages, et cetera. I think you did a real good job on that. And you also have an agreement with the vendors and a definition from the Department of Labor as to what is required, which is a licensed electrician anytime they touch that fancy vent, whatever you guys call it. I kind of forget the name, Pullman vent or something like that. But it's a vent that requires a licensed electrician to work on it. I really appreciate that due diligence. I know that you put a lot of time into that, and we're in a much better place because of it. Thank you. I will be supporting this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And thank you, Chief and Chief, for working with the council on that. Any further questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 4 is PCR 77-22, formerly bid 2022-435, removal fees for solar maintenance. Councilman Gebhardt.
The last time we looked at this, we were just very displeased by the exorbitant cost of removing these. The cost was not laid out prior in the contract. And we were hoping to push back on the vendor about the cost. And so hoping we have some news tonight.
Hi, Christy.
Hi, sorry. I don't have an update for you other than the director reached out to the vendor and they have not been responsive. So
Okay.
whatever is your pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. Any other questions from the committee? I would agree with the councilman. Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you speaking to right now PCR 77-22?
Yes.
You're listed here as the sponsor.
No, I am because I'm the council chairman, but he's the one who asked it to be held.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I referred right
All
to
right.
him.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Comments, questions from the public? You want to hold?
Yeah, let's move to hold till September 19th.
I like your thinking. Oh,
Can I
sorry.
just ask, Chrissy, is there any negative to hold, like, to not removing them?
Not for us. I mean, it's, we don't, if they stay there, that's, there's no benefit to us. Like we don't get notifications that they're full or whatever, but we have a truck that goes through Oakland Beach every day anyway. So they always get emptied. But the only thing I would not want them to come back and say, oh, well, now, 3 months have gone by. Now it's going to cost you this much. That would be my only thing, but I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with a removal fee after we've paid you $80,000 for your trash cans. So.
Well, there's also got to be I agree with what you're saying, and there's got to be a two-way street. As much as we work with them, they got to work with us. And if they're not responsive, what Councilman Gebhardt said is 100%. What you said is 100%. Then we wait until someone's responsive. We had a motion to hold until September 19th. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
The time is now 10:04. PM, and the Finance Committee is closed.
Up next is the Ordinance Committee.
Ordinance will convene at 10:05 PM. First thing on the docket is acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on June 20th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCO 13-22, an ordinance relative to establishing parking spaces near Coastal Resources Management Council rights of way. This is Councilman Gebhardt. It would be second passage.
Thank you. Respectfully would ask for favorable action. We discussed this at length in our last meeting. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Questions or comments from members of the council? Questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action, second passage as amended.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ordinance concludes at 10:07 PM.
Thank you very much. We are now back in the full council meeting. Just for an update for people following at home and here in attendance, we called the meeting at around 7:30. We did roll call. We did the salute to the flag. We have done executive session. We have done general communications. We've done executive communications. We have done public comment. We have also done PCO 15-22, which was the first public hearing. We did the second public hearing, which was PCO 16-22, and we have already done the unanimous consent document, which was PCR 84-22. So if you are following us at home or here in the chambers, we are now on page 2 of the agenda A, acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on June 20th. Do I have a motion?
Motion favorable action on the minutes.
Second by Councilman Foley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The minutes are accepted. We're now moving down to number 1, announcements of appointments. There is one for the retirement board. This is just an announcement of an appointment. Councilman Lattiser, Ward 5.
Move favorable action on the appointment of Alfred Marciano, reappointment of Alfred Marciano to the Retirement Board.
Thank you. This is just an announcement, but I wanted you to announce it as the councilman. Thank you. So, Mr. Marciano has been reappointed to the Retirement Board. Number 2 this evening is appointments requiring confirmation. We have one from the Historic District Committee report appointments.
The committee recommends favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move favorable action on the appointment of George Schuster to the Historical District Commission.
Second by Councilwoman Travis. Any questions or comments on this appointment that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, appointment.
Thank you. The appointment passes. We're now moving to number 3, the consent calendar. First up is PCR 82-22, resolution relative to bids. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item bid 2022-428, design services for City Hall Plaza. Bid 2023-102, remove and install boilers from Wicks to Cooper. Bid 2023-053 Alpha, asphalt concrete hot mixes cold patch. Bid 2023-053 Bravo, asphalt concrete hot mixes and cold patch. Bid 2022-060, statistical reappraisal of real estate located within the corporate limits of the city of Warwick effective December 31st, 2021. Bid 2022-429, municipal transfer station. Bid 2023-085, redistricting mailing service, printing and mailing of 4x6 postcards. Bid 2023-101, OpenGov, cloud service contractee permitting. Bid 2023-089, annual maintenance time clock system. Bid 2023-099, VMware support. Bid 2023-090, CAMA software upgrade migration. Bid 2023-073, workstations, laptops, tablets, printers, copiers, computer peripherals. Bid 2023-069, purchase of Ford Escape SE. Bid 2023-103, police undercover operations. Bid 2023-081, UFED software renewal. Bid 2023-082, criminal investigation 1 and 2. Bid 2023-083, NK software maintenance. Bid 2022-029, Bravo, quarterly fire alarm panel inspections and testing. Bid 2023-049, street striping. Bid 2023-088, repairs to E13. Bid 2023-105, repairs to therapy pool. Skip. Bid 2023, infrared scan and survey for roof. Bid 2023-064, mobile self-contained food concessions at various city locations. Bid 2023-065, mobile self-contained food concessions at Oakland Beach. That concludes the bid package, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions on the bid package that was not asked earlier this evening? Okay, number 2 is PCR 83-22, a resolution relative to abatements. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
The total abatements was $58,344.55, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any questions on the abatements? Okay, is there any questions on the consent calendar as a whole? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, consent calendar passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. Councilman Howe, I believe a number of items have been removed from the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. President. The first item is formally bid 2020-001, Police and Fire Disability Administrator, is now PCR 8522.
Okay, I believe we're going to have a recusal on this. Committee report,
Favorable action.
for action, Councilman Howe,
Move favorable action.
second by Councilman Foley. And I believe we are going to have one member is going to recuse. Any additional questions on PCR 85-22? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Abstain.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Number 2 this evening, Councilman Howe.
Mr. President, PCR 86-22, formerly bid 2023-084, rubber matting for Thayer Arena.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
That motion has been moved for favorable action. Do we have a second? Councilman Foley seconds. Any questions on PCR 86-22? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 3 this evening, Councilman Howe.
PCR 87-22, formerly bid 2023-442, traffic light repairs, hold till August 9th.
We're going to hold that to August 15th.
Oh, 15th, I apologize.
I'm like, no.
Number 4 this evening, Councilman Howe.
Thank you. It is PCR 88-22, formerly bid 2022-441, repair diesel fuel hill, hold until August 15th.
Hold to August 15th. Number 5 this evening.
PCR 89-22, formerly bid 2022-431, emergency repairs to RS 71.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe. Is there any questions on PCR 89-22 that were not previously asked? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. No questions, just a statement. I will be voting no on this, and the reasons I stated on the floor earlier, I'll just repeat them again. I'm not going to be voting on an item that doesn't give us clarity on what we're paying for. There's no hourly rates, there's no hourly times on that item right there. So we have no idea what we're paying for, and I'm not going to vote for that. So that's why I'm voting no.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Any additional comments or questions from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number 6 this evening, Councilman Howe.
PCR 90-22, formerly 2022-440, replace radiator of RS 74.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
Motion second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting no on this item as well. The reasons are we don't have a copy of the warranty here, for one thing. The larger thing is it's the same thing. There's no breakdown of the hourly rate. There's no itemization of how many hours of labor were put in. And those are the reasons why I'll be voting no on that as well. I wouldn't pay a bill like that in my personal life, and I'm not going to pay a bill like that representing the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions or comments from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are now moving to the unfinished business on the agenda, page 6. First up is PCO 13-22, an ordinance relative to establishing parking spaces near the Coastal Resource Management Council right-of-ways. This is for second passage, committee report, ordinance. For action, Councilman Gephardt. Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked during the ordinance committee earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Next up is PCR 76-22, Committee Report Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Motion passes. Next up is number 3, which is PCR 77-22, 2022-335. This is going to be held until September 19th. Number 4 this evening is PCR 78-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
For $300 favorable action.
The recommendations for $300 for favorable action. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Ricks. Do we have any questions or comments on this? Councilman Sinapi? On the claim for Paul DiPetrillo? Okay, for a month? So you're recommending that?
So you gotta-
Okay, so you got to make a motion. Okay, move the hold, second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Ricks. We'll do a roll call on that to hold this to the August meeting. The clerk will call the roll to hold.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Point, just a clarification. I did fill out an abstention. Do I not vote to hold? Or do I do an abstention for this portion, or do I do wait to do the abstention?
Are you recusing as well?
I am,
This would be the time to recuse.
for the hold. Okay, abstain.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 abstentions to hold.
Thank you. The motion will be held. Number 5 this evening is PCR 79-22, Committee Report, Public Safety. For action, Councilman Foley. Second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments on this PCR? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Number 6 this evening is PCR 80-22, Committee Report, Public Safety. For action, Councilman Foley. Second by Councilman Ricks. Any comments or questions on this claim? Councilman Howe.
Oh, I was just requesting to be seconded on that as well.
Councilman
Thank
Howe,
you.
let the record show Councilman Howe. Second. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. We are now moving to new business. We have already done the unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent? Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6? Ward 7 passes. Ward 8? Ward 9? Councilwoman Travis? All in favor to move in the docket session?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? Ward 2?
One item. Resolution extending a commission to examine possible means of tax relief for the Warwick property for Warwick property owners through tax exemptions originally established through PCR 105-19.
That will go to intergovernmental.
Pass.
Oh, sorry. Intergovernmental.
Missed you, sorry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilman Ricks?
That's all.
I'll need
Okay.
a copy of that.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
I have two. First one is an ordinance. The title will be an ordinance in regards to no right turn onto Gray Street from 150 Gray Street, which is Harbor Lights Events in Gulf Marina.
Ordinance Committee.
The next one is a resolution. It's a resolution to the General Assembly requesting amendment to 44-5-8.1, a waiver of interest on overdue quarterly tax payments.
Intergovernmental. Ward 6.
I have one. It's, the resolution in regards to the 2023 city council calendar.
Community Affairs. Intergovernmental. Ward 7, I have 3. First is a resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign on Goodrich Ave. Public safety. The next is a resolution in regards to erecting a 4-way stop sign at the intersection of Bocard Street and Cumberland Road. Public safety. And the third, I'm docketing on behalf of the school department, is a resolution in regards to grants of easements for the National Grid for projects at Hoxie and Sherman Elementary Schools. Public properties. Ward 8, anything to docket this evening? Ward 9. Thank you very much. This council meeting is over. We'll see you in August.